and troubleshooting. We're live. Okay.
They
Sorry for the delay. I sat down. I was ready to go 15 minutes before this was supposed to start, and this old equipment of mine has been giving me guff. They should make a like somebody like this. I guess the same company that makes like the Jitterbug phone. You know the Jitterbug phone?
No. What's the jitterbug phone?
It's like a phone they used to advertise on TV for old people, where it was just like a big ass cell phone with big buttons. Where it was like, are you old and stupid and don't know how to use a phone?
I don't remember that. So it's like, it was that. Yeah, I think we had track phone here. Was it track phone?
Well, no, track phone's like a provider, so track
Okay.
phone just will sell like different brands of phones.
Yeah.
Jitterbug was like specifically a brand of phone that they would
Just
advertise on
careful.
TV.
I mean, it's Black History Month, so be careful with that name, Dalton. It's come a little too smooth.
Yeah, it's
off the lips.
It's Jitterbug, not Jigaboo.
It's so crazy to me. I was talking
the
to my buddy.
Jigaboo phone is the Nextel chirp phone. Where you at?
My buddy watches the show, and he's like, it's so funny because if you watch Crowder Boys, it's Robbie and Crack that are like, okay, Dalton, or whatever. And then he watches this, and I'm talking, and you're like, okay, Dave. And the dynamic.
Yeah, it's a nice
the dynamic changes.
Yeah, you're a very polarizing figure. I've had people reach out and say they really enjoy you and your thoughts, and they think you're funny, and they like you on this. And I've had people tell me they have unsubscribed from the channel. Because of you.
I believe that. Yeah, I can see that.
It's whatever to me. I'm just happy to be a part of something.
Dude, making content is you're gonna break a couple eggs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And they're really expensive nowadays. So
yes, they're extremely expensive.
You don't know what I'm sacrificing when I break eggs.
If you don't make some enemies, then you don't really stand up for anything. You don't really say anything like, you know what it is too? Is people take Twitter extremely serious. Like you're on there, even under comedy accounts, people are like taking things serious, and you're like, this has to be a bot because no retard in the world would think that this is real.
Because Twitter is more real than real now. So like the thing people used to say where they're like, the internet is not real life. But at this point, the internet, social media, especially Twitter, is actually more real than real life at this point. It's like so all consuming that it's now like transcended and is now like a new way to experience existence. So like there's a certain, some people probably just see it as a tool or an instrument or just a way to goof off.
Yeah.
But then the fact that there's like a ton of people who are they filter their own existence through Twitter itself, like their own being. That just makes it like a different thing. So I guess I do think that the internet and all that is real. But hey, what is reality?
So I think like Crack does it well. Like if you're going to use the internet as like a tool to build your brand, I understand where he comes from, where he thinks you, me, and Robbie need to like not tweet everything that comes to our mind and quit being shit posters or whatever, and like kind of curate and think a little bit and work on personal life. I get that. He's trying to build a rap career and a brand. For me, I get on Twitter and I was like, where my boys at? It's a playground. Let's call some politicians retards, and then I'll get back to my normal life.
Yeah. I mean, if I had a big enough like YouTube presence and Patreon and like all these other things were big enough, I probably would scarcely use Twitter. But because it's like one of the big social media platform, I'm like on there. For what reason, I don't know. Like a lot of the stuff I post is related to nothing. And I tell myself that like I really just would like people to come here to like be a part of like what this experience. And so if I'm thinking of it that way, it's like Twitter would be a tool for that. But then I'm just like sitting there all day being like, oh damn, my balls smell bad. Sweet. Who else balls? Who else got smelly balls right now?
It's just like, I don't know. It's just comical to me. It's because, when I was a child, they're like, yeah, in the future, we'll have this, that, and the other thing, like rocket ships and da, da, da. And now that's all we do is like people watch porn and tweet my balls stink on this, highway of fast.
We still do that. Did you see that that trailer for that new Fantastic Four movie that's coming out?
I saw maybe 3 seconds of it where they're in like a kitchen or something.
Yeah, so they're doing like a retro futuristic thing where I guess it takes place in some other fucking universe, and it's the 60s. And so like in the kitchen in the 60s, they got like a robot that's cooking dinner for them. And I'm like, we still don't have that.
Yeah.
Like we don't have that now. Like we're still doing like Jetsons predictions of the future, but in the time that you know what I mean? Like we're in the year that the Jetsons takes place, but we're still just making stuff where it's like, well, it's the 60s, but the future.
Yeah. It's I don't think I'm not a black pillar, even though it's February.
You're also not black.
Yeah, happy Black History Month, everybody. Enjoy some peanut butter this month. But I don't know. I don't think the world's going to end. I just think it's a cycle, like the crypto cycle, and we're in a down cycle now.
Yeah,
and we'll figure something out.
Market.
Yeah, we're in a bear market of life right now, and we took too many resources and reproduced like idiocracy. There could be an idiocracy too, where like all the retards die off and then only the cream of the crop survives and have kids, and their kids are cream of the crop.
Yeah,
because I think that's kind of what happens with everything. Like all the shit coins are going to disappear now, and then the good projects will rise, and all the
I'm kicking myself because I saw that fucking Dave Portnoy was tweeting about he didn't make it, but somebody made a coin that was Stool Prison Dente, where it was like him in jail.
Yeah.
And he was tweeting about it that he bought it. He's a fucking moron. He pump and dumped it. Like he bought it and sold it, then bought back in at a higher price and got less tokens. And when I found it, it was trading at like 0.0049 or something. So it was like close to a $5 million market cap.
Dasha's got a coin this week too, by the way.
Who?
Dasha.
I saw that.
Yeah.
But then I looked at the Portnoy coin right before this, and it's already at 3 cents. I was like, motherfucker, dude, I should have put like $20 in this at least. But that's the name of the game.
I pay attention, but I'm always too late because, bro, like I don't know how you do it, and maybe you're not doing it as much, but I did a 48-hour meme coin thing. Dude, I was
told me
high alert, dude.
You made a ton of money.
Shut my brain off.
Yeah, you made a ton of money and then lost it immediately.
And but that's not the point. Like, well, that is the point. But the more thing is, like, once you activate that part of your brain, where you just, like you said, you have a casino on your computer. Yeah. I'm just laying in bed and I was like, man, I could just get up and meme coin gamble right now.
Yeah, yeah. I have that same thing where it's like, whenever I find like a new way to gamble, I go manic.
Yeah.
Because when I first like was doing the meme coins, it was like several days where I was just on high alert, not sleeping, not eating. And all I'm thinking about is like, okay, I think I can get it where I can make like $1,000 a day.
If I sell half my fart coin and buy into diarrhea coin,
I
can take a quarter of diarrhea coin and move it over to a new project.
Yeah, and and like when I first got in, I was getting in at a good time where like so many things were pumping that I was like, oh man, I'm making so much money,
dude. I literally, I didn't embarrass myself because it was Troy, but like I made 1.4K on Flotus Coin the night of the inauguration.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, Dalton's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. I researched this stuff. I know what kind of coins to get in with the filters. Woke up the next morning, went through my filters, made another 1.4K. I was like, dude, that's it. I'm retired. I'm going to make $2,000 a day now.
Yeah.
I'm like, Troy, you got to see this, dude. Get on bullet. I'm showing him, dude. And then in real time, I just lost it all in front of him and got robbed.
It goes quick, man. I saw something. There's like the speculation because something came out that like a ton of these like big name streamers that you think would be rich, are like just like losing all their money. Like they're just hemorrhaging money.
Yeah.
And something came out that apparently that like a lot of these like Gen Z dipshits who got rich on streaming are also just like major gambling addicts.
Yep.
And so, like, any millions they made streaming, they're just blowing it on meme coins.
So Aiden Ross, like, blows a lot of money with Dana White in Vegas or whatever. They always show those two, like, streaming. I don't know if it's that too, but they pay a lot of money. So I didn't, like, they pay clippers. So if you can start for free and, like, basically just go to their channel and make clips to put them out. And if you start getting a lot of views, you can reach out and they'll pay you to make clips for them. And I heard they're paying like 3 or 4 clippers, like, $30,000 a month or something to put out just like hundreds and hundreds of clips. So like they're spending a lot of their money. But then when you think about it, it's like you think they're multimillionaires, but really they're just in a house, and it's usually like it's a nice house or like a Mickey Mouse. Mick Mansion or whatever
Mickey
they call
Rourke.
it. Yeah, Mickey Rourke.
Mickey Rourke house.
It's like it's not a shithole or whatever, but it's just a decent, like a middle of the road house with shit in the background. And then the rest of the stuff is probably like advertisers being like, hey, do you want to come to Lamborghini today and film it? Or you want to come here? So I don't really know how much they're actually making compared to what they're taking in, and then after taxes and expenses and everything. Like Mr. Beast says, Mr. Beast games cost him more than he was paid.
Sure. He always did. I just saw something that said like a lot of these people that you think are doing well, they're just also their whale wallets on like the on chain, and so they're just like blowing through so much of their money gambling on shit coins.
Yeah.
Something else. And you know what? I get it.
Whenever I tune into the Crowder Boys, I'm like, Dalton and me are kindred spirits because they're all talking about their addictions, and you're like, I could give a fuck less about that stuff. It stinks. And then you were like, but gambling, dude, give me some gambling and some cigarettes. And I was like, that was me, dude. I couldn't quit cigarettes when I started. Took me a decade to quit. And I had to quit gambling, but now I play poker to get that fix because it's not as bad.
Because like when you go through like different addictions or whatever, like if you drinking a lot or doing a lot of drugs, and then you like look, if you just like go to a website or go to a meeting or whatever, something they tell you about is harm reduction. Yep. So like if you're an alcoholic and you go to AA, everyone in AA is just guzzling coffee and smoking cigarettes and eating donuts.
Yep.
Because it's like, well, the cigarette, I should have finished saying that word, the nicotine.
Wait, hold on. You want to go again? Hey, by the way, just once again, happy History Month, guys.
Yeah, but according to like the AA people, like the tobacco, the caffeine, the coffee, and the sugar, and all that, as bad as that is, it's better than drinking. Yep. So it's like this is a better alternative to drinking. So it's harm reduction. So like, I went through all my drinking years and drug and all that, and then on the other side of that, it's like, well, what still gives me a thrill? What do I really enjoy that I guess technically is not as bad as drinking? Gambling and smoking, or at least vaping. And so, that's what I got. Gambling might actually be worse than drinking, because if you go out, like if you go to the liquor store, a bottle of McCormick vodka like a full handle plastic jug of McCormick vodka is going to run like $15-$20. If I go to the casino, I could lose $2,000 pretty quick.
Yeah, you can empty your whole bank account, and you know you're doing it in the time. We've had such similar experiences. I think all addicts like that do. When I was like losing my money at the casino back in my 20s, you're just like, I'm not getting this money back. Like,
no,
you're watching yourself. You're not in your own body. You've left. You're just emptying your bank account, going back. You know you're a loser. In your mind, you're like, I'm going to lose all this. What am I doing here? Just go to bed. And then when it's over, you snap out of it and you're like, I'm such a retard. I feel like shit. I just want to lay in bed, but I got to get up because now I have to go make money.
Yeah. That's the one good thing about gambling is it puts you in a situation where you just have to work harder. So you may not have ever even realized your full potential were it not for the severe losses you sustain gambling. Because I've unlocked new abilities and skill sets from a place of desperation where I'm like, I have to sell a lot of product this month at my job because I got to recover from what I've done to myself. And so, I've become a better salesperson. Not that I ever wanted to even do that, but I was, I got that in my back pocket. I have a foundation of sales.
Yeah.
Which working my sales job is mostly just getting screamed at all day and then just hoping somebody buys something.
Yeah, it is good. Like when I did sales, that was the thing too. Like, you're like, okay, I got a full tank of gas. I have 3 hot leads right now to go sell something. And I could walk into any one of these houses and make $1,000 right now selling this vacuum home maintenance system when I was like in my 20s doing it.
Yeah.
And I was getting pretty good at it. But then you hit like 3 or 4 sales in a row and you make like $3,000 in a week. And you're not even making $3,000 a month because you might not even had a sale the month before because it's a really tough industry. But you finally get breathing room where you can you sleep really well that night. You kind of like, you know what? I'm not going to go that hard tomorrow. But then your money starts dwindling and you get back in that like fight or flight mechanism and you wake up early. You're not rested. You're showered. You're like, I got to fucking sell something because I'm going to be living on the streets if I'm not careful.
Yeah.
And so it is dying is a really good incentive.
Yeah. You had like like an old school, like fucking, like Kafka, like the bug in Metamorphosis sales job.
Yeah. In my 20s.
Like if you ever read Metamorphosis is about a traveling salesman who hates his job so much he turns into a bug.
Oh yeah.
And then his family is like, yo, what happened? Why are you a bug? Then they kill him.
The job literally almost killed me. So I was working like 14-hour days. I got really good. And I was just making absolute bank. I was making like $3,000 a week. But I was working from like 7 days a week nonstop, selling like 1 to 3 vacuum cleaners a day. And just like hitting these bonuses and trying to do all this stuff. And then I was driving back to get a new Kirby home maintenance system. I fell asleep at the wheel. I hit a telephone pole, broke the steering wheel of my car with my face, broke my face right here, broke all my teeth out, had to get my jaw wired. I was in the hospital. I was laying on my bed for like
I'm going to sell so many more systems now to pay for this.
Yeah. I had a syringe and I would have to take the needle out of it because I couldn't like suck on a straw or eat food. And I would squeeze the liquid. I lost all this weight. I had to move back to my parents' house because like I just like couldn't do anything. I was like a mess. And then I had like CTE and like head trauma and all this stuff. But back then they don't put you in therapy or anything. Like you die, they put you back. They helicoptered me, made the emergency surgery, all this shit. And like then they're like, okay, just go about your life. And I was just like traumatized trying to go back into the world. So now they at least recognize it. But yeah, kind of it brings us to our next topic. It's kind of a spitting through the wire type thing, like Kanye West.
Wait, I had to. Oh, hold on. I got to finish the thought I was saying because my computer broke. the Jitterbug phone.
Yeah.
Was this phone they used to advertise on TV? I don't know if it still exists, but the premise of the ad was just like, are you old and stupid, but you still need a cell phone, but you don't understand these gadgets and gizmos and all this technology that exists now? Here's a phone that's just the numbers. It's just the big buttons with the numbers. It's $20.
Yeah.
And
I'm looking it up right now, by the way. This is just the first cell phone I've ever had. It's not anything special. So basically, they just sold the old phones when there was newer phones out to old people. Because this looks exactly like my original phone. It was just buttons, and when you wanted to text, you had to hit the number multiple times to get to the letter.
Yeah, and so the idea of it was just like, no matter what, this phone will work. It's you can't. There's nothing you're gonna do where you get lost or it gets a virus or it breaks.
It's just a landline, but in your hand, basically.
Yeah, it's a cell phone that's basically a landline. And I was all the fucking shit I was dealing with my computer before this. I was like, they need to do like a Jitterbug computer for me, like, considering how how little I need a computer for. It's like I just need something that can pull up the web browser and the few apps I need that will last forever. Where I'm not having to deal with all you have a computer now and it lasts like a couple of years and then it just starts to completely shit the bed.
No,
and you go, oh yeah, it's been 2 years, so now I got to spend another $2,000 on a computer.
But you already have that. Isn't a Chromebook just what you're explaining?
I'm not actually on a Chromebook.
All right.
But a Chromebook sucks because a Chromebook is all browser based. So there's no real operating system. It's just the Chrome browser. So like it would be nice if they just had a computer, even if you had to pay a premium, even because it's like as it is now, it's like a decent, like if you're like a like a metropolitan youth, and you want to get a decent computer that's stylish and in vogue. Typically, they go with Apple products, right? So like, an Apple laptop or an iMac is going to run you about $2,000, right? But was it more or less?
I don't know. I'm just making my stomach sick because I'm an old man. I have a PC that I rebuild, so I just add like a new boot drive to it, or I just take the components out and upgrade them.
PCs are much more like modular like that. Like you can tinker with them. A Mac, an Apple computer is just like one piece of equipment that you just buy the new one every couple of years.
Yeah, they don't let you upgrade them. You can't open them up.
Yeah, so like
unless you're like a literal Chinese person that put them together in the first place.
Yeah, so like if the computer is $2,000, but you're going to be spending $2,000 like every year, 2 years maybe, so to keep up with it, and because like the computer itself is just going to shit the bed. Like you're going to have it for 2 years, and then all of a sudden it's running slow. Nothing's booting up right. You have to restart it over and over again, which is what I was having to do.
What kind of computer do you have?
I have an old iMac.
All right. So I was going to say, so for me, like I can just take the temporary files off, reboot the stuff, go through, clean it up and all that stuff. And usually taking the orphan files out, my computer will pick back up again.
Yeah.
So I just didn't know. So can you clean like a thing, or they make them on purpose, like the iPhones, to slow up so you buy?
I think they design them that like to not work after a certain amount of time, so you have to buy one. What they should do, and like I said, even do it at a premium. Make a computer. It costs $12,000.
Yeah,
but it will last for like 30 years.
So no, what? So basically, you could just get a PC and do that. You get a tower, you upgrade your video cards, you upgrade your boot drives, but maybe you just need like a subscription model.
But this goes back to the Jitterbug philosophy, which is you're talking about like you know how to do that. You're willing to do all that and tinker with it. But what if I'm big, fat, dumb, and lazy, and I don't want to do all that?
You're actually smart enough to do it, but the average Sal is not gonna open their
computer.
just
let me take out a mortgage on a computer if I have to.
It should be the other way around. You should get this way. You should do. You get like a subscription model, like $29.99 a month for a computer that has all your stuff on it. And then if anything goes wrong, you take it in, and that place either gives you a new computer or fixes the problem. And so you're just on a lifetime membership for a computer.
Yeah, there does need to be a solution that's like the forever computer, where it's just like you just always have a computer that works without having to deal with all the, like what I was having to deal with before this, where I was just sitting here going, "Why is nothing working?
Yeah,
why is it doing this?"
I'm trying to like my dream would be to like get off Amazon, stop selling on Amazon, stop all this stuff, just do crypto DeFi, because then I would take my computer, I would wipe Windows off it because I hate Windows, but it's like there's so much stuff that only runs on Windows. And then I would switch to Linux and I would just do DeFi and not have to deal with all the bullshit of Windows updates and all that stuff, which is usually the main problem with my computer is Windows wants access to stuff. And then you don't want to give it access, so you have to delete it. And then there's an update 2 days later that gives it access again.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the money, Andrew Waller. Buy Bitcoin. You will be able to use your sats as collateral. Shitcoins are aside. Guess what? That $5 is going right into fart doo bar boy coin.
So I did a poll, by the way, on Twitter today, and so I got a new drink. I asked if I should do Sprite Zero or Sprite Chiller, which is a cherry lemon lime instead of just a lemon lime, or Dr. Pepper Zero. And
yeah, that's a good choice. Dr. Pepper Zero.
They went with Dr. Pepper Zero, so we'll open this up here for you guys.
That's another one that tastes just like it's a very close approximation to actual Dr. Pepper. It's very good.
I know you hate this, but
I did hear that. I heard the gulps.
Yeah, you ever watch the Rick Glassman? I don't watch it anymore, but anytime someone drinks on camera, they just exaggerate it, and the producers have to put in the over it. Yeah,
that's good. That's a good bit.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
And I mentioned, it's a good one. I have my my baseline, my everyday go to is Coke Zero, and then I'll keep a 12-pack of DP around.
Yeah,
grab one every.
Yeah, I heard you like the DP.
I do. Yeah. And then the new one that's good is the Pepsi like cherry cream, like a cream cherry.
Yeah.
That one's pretty good.
I quit caffeine 8 days ago now. I've had a little bit. I've had some decaf, so I've been getting like micro doses of caffeine.
Sanka.
And then I had Coke Zero at the poker tournament last Saturday. But they make it, but I can't get it here anywhere. It's expensive to ship. Is decaf Coke Zero?
Oh yeah,
caffeine free Coke Zero or whatever.
Well, when I was a kid, I guess Coke Zero. I've never seen that. But when I was a kid, you used to go to the store, and they would have the gold box of Coke. That was diet caffeine free.
Yeah, so I can find diet caffeine free and regular caffeine free, but not Coke Zero caffeine free. But they have it on Amazon and they have it on the Coke website. So they just don't sell it here. And if you get it off Amazon, it's like a 12-pack's like $30.
Dude, I've looked at, anytime you want to order like drinks on the internet, for whatever reason, it's not cost effective.
They're so heavy, yeah.
I guess it's the weight, because like anytime I've looked at like a soda I can't find or whatever, I go online and I go, well, I'm not gonna pay $60 for a 6-pack of Cheerwine. I could just drive to North Carolina at that point.
When I was doing Amazon, this is probably like 2-3 years ago now. I was at Costco and I was scanning stuff, and I was in the drink section and I'm scanning it. And it's like, oh, it's all too heavy. It's all too heavy. And I was like, what's this Prime? I've never heard of this. So I scan it and it was like $150. No one's paying $150 for this thing. It's like $19.99. So I'm like looking at it or whatever. And I was like, There was like 2 pallets of them. So I just walked away and I was like talking to my buddy and I was like, yeah, I went to scan Costco today. It's all dumb. There was only one thing that came up positive called Prime or whatever, but it's got to be fake on the listing. And then my buddy's like, no, dude, you should have bought the whole pallet. It's the Paul brothers and it's selling for hundreds of dollars. People collect it. It's going to the UK or whatever.
Yeah, I guess that was a thing for a minute.
Yeah, literally, it still is. People still collect those. I went back the next day.
Really?
And literally the whole pallet was gone.
Because South Park did a joke about that. South Park had like a one of their specials they did recently, where that was like a whole plot was that it was like whatever their version of Prime was in the show.
Yeah,
that all the kids were like fighting each other and everybody was obsessed with it. And so I was aware that in real life there was some secondary market or whatever.
Well, they make unique bottles kind of like Pokemon. So the kids are trying to collect all the different empty bottles that they drink as a flex.
Okay.
But I think it's like Gen Alpha. I don't think it's like even Gen Z. I think it's like Skibbity Toilet Kids. Yeah. It's their meme coins, basically.
Yeah,
they'll be in meme coins. They'll be, as soon as they learn how to rug us for 20 bandos, they'll get rid of all their Prime bottles.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun because when you think about it, like all this meme coin shit is like the same as when I was a kid, and they people were like investing in Beanie Babies and being like, yeah, this is gonna pay for my kids' college. And
there's a thing called Ties.
Market
I think they're called Ties, TY.
Yeah, TY Beanie Babies.
All right. I didn't know there was a Beanie Baby. They look exactly like Beanie Babies. They're pretty hot. There's a local place that has them for like a couple bucks, and they sell for like 30 online.
Yeah, I think there's still somewhat of
all individuals. There's so many different ones that I was like, I'm not going to even scheme with these. It's too much work.
You would be at least 25 years after the scheme, the Beanie Baby scheme.
No, I mean buying them for $2 and selling them to some old lady for $30.
Oh no, because when I was a kid, when I was a kid, and those things were hitting for the first time, like they were becoming this big thing, this phenomenon.
Yeah,
there was like all these stories of like they did a Princess Diana one. This is before she was dead.
Yeah,
that
and then when afterwards they just put 2 crosses over
there. They just sold them
again. Yeah. Stitched.
But yeah, I remember it was like a big thing with the Princess Diana Beanie Baby, where it was like, there was all this talk of it going for like thousands of dollars, and so there was this inflated, like with anything that happens, this like market popped up for Beanie Babies where people were just obsessively collecting them and like banking on them, like treating them as like legitimate investments, where they were like, don't pull the tag off, keep them hermetically sealed and protected because this is gonna be our retirement.
My buddy's mom was like that. You need to go over to her house. She was a single mom, and she had like the plastic runners and then the plastic over the tablecloth. Like a tablecloth and then plastic over. And that table in the spare room or the like dining room or whatever just had stacks of Beanie Babies all over it.
Yeah.
And she thought that was it. She figured it out. That's how she was retiring.
Yeah, there were people who legitimately believed like, oh yeah, I'll be able to retire on Beanie Babies. But nobody stops to consider that like that only works if there's somebody willing to buy your Beanie Babies.
But that's what's crazy about Pokemon is like some of these cards now are like $30K, or at least it says they're $30K.
Yeah, Pokemon.
Then I'm like, who would buy that? Is it just like it's kind of like an art thing where it's like what's it called? Like a tax write-off, like a shelter?
No, I mean, I think there's like still for trading card games have had a lot of longevity. Like there's still like a pretty big market for them. Like, I know Pokemon is still big, and the big one is Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember this.
I played Magic the Gathering, and I sold all my cards way too early. I played up to Ice Age, so I had Alpha, Betas, and Ice Age, and I got really good money for them. But had I held them, I would have made
a lot. Did you see that like a year or two ago? They did cross promotion where they did like a Lord of the Rings run of Magic the Gathering cards.
I stopped paying attention at 5th edition. That's when I
Okay.
was like an adult.
Yeah, well, like a year or two ago, Magic the Gathering did like a Lord of the Rings edition of Magic cards. So they had all these different, like a Frodo or a Eye of Sauron or whatever. And then the gimmick was that for the ring itself, they only were going to print one. There was actually legitimately just one card that was the ring.
Yeah. They did that with the Black Lotus. There was very few Black Lotuses, and they were like that was like the first extremely expensive card to get a hold of.
Yeah, and so like with this ring, this Lord of the Rings, the One Ring card, it was like, well, who's gonna find this and who's gonna pay the big bucks when some guy finds it?
Who's going to buy it from him?
Who's going to be the celebrity that drops 7 figures on a Magic the Gathering card? So some guy that works at a Costco in Toronto just went and bought some booster packs one day, and he got the card, the One Ring, and just like posted a video online where he's like shaking.
Oh, they gave it to a Canadian?
Yeah, he's like shaking, holding it, and immediately he was contacted by Post Malone. Yeah, Post Malone flew out to go meet him to buy the card, and I think he spent like $1.3 million. It was something crazy.
I think I remember that. It was either 1 or 2 million. Yeah,
it was like over $1 million for a Magic the Gathering card. That I don't even know if Post Malone plays the game. He obviously, this is just going to be something he puts in a case and sticks it on his wall or whatever.
And bucket list type thing too.
Yeah, but that, I guess trading cards. I guess folks, nothing's real, so I guess anything can be an investment. Magic cards, Pokemon, shit coins, Bitcoins, even.
It is so strange because that's how I got my seed money. I was a little nerd growing up, and so I would buy like Mario World 64, and I would literally save the box, and I would save the paperwork, the receipt, take it out, play it, put it back in the box, and put it on my shelf. And even my video game consoles, because I would have them, my buddies wouldn't. I would keep them in the original boxes and have the receipts and stuff with the plastic and the zip ties and everything, because I would bring them to their houses.
You saw the future, dude.
So when I started selling that stuff on eBay, I made like so much money, but had I kept them even longer, I probably would have made even more. I wasn't doing it because I was like, oh, if I keep these in good condition, they'll be worth a lot.
Yeah.
I was just a very anal retentive, like little kid. I didn't have a lot of toys growing up. I only had like a skateboard and a basketball, wiffle ball. And we played outside. That was it. And a bike. So when I became able to buy my own stuff, I was super like, this is a huge thing. This cost me $100 for a Nintendo, or the original Nintendo.
Yeah, because any regular dumbass kid like me, like by the time the Wii comes out, right? I'm at GameStop, just like, here's all my GameCube shit. Give me a Wii and some Wii games, So I get like $60 for my GameCube and all the games for that, and then I get the Wii or whatever. And then like a year or two later, I'm like, oh man, I wish I still had that GameCube. And then I go look online, and I'm like, why the fuck does a GameCube cost so much money now?
Before I sold all my stuff, one of my buddy's kids was like big into video games, and he had the GameCube, some other stuff. And I said, oh, do you want to borrow some of my retro games? I need them back, but play them. And when you're done, give them back. Cause this is when they were still renting games. I think he was renting them from online and getting them shipped to the house or whatever. Yeah. So I gave him like 10 mint condition games. He was a really good kid too, a little spoiled, but 10 mint condition games, packaging, the whole nine on the thing. I'm like, hey, just take good care of these, keep them in the boxes, whatever. I trust you. And when you're done with them, these were just these weren't like Nintendo 64s. These are just DVDs or the discs in the cases. Yeah. And literally, he never brought it up again. I came to get him one day, and they were just like all over the place. He threw some of the boxes and stuff away, so I lost all those games. And his mom's like, what are you so upset about? And it's like, it's just kind of like, she's like, but they're just video games. So most of the world,
that family sucks, dude.
Yeah, most of the she was an alcoholic.
That's not no. They're wrong. That is dog shit behavior.
No, I'm saying she was an alcoholic. She was a trash mom. Like, this is a whole thing. But at the time, I was like, I don't know. I just had faith that was going to give him the talk. He was going to take care of the games, and he was going to realize that I was doing him a favor, and then he was going to give him back in good condition. And like, he lost a bunch of them, lost the cases, threw a bunch of them away. So I was like, I just don't think they just didn't appreciate it. That's basically what it came down to, you know?
Yeah.
But
yeah. Oh, speaking of faith, I know you have a bit you want to do, but I mean, some folks have reached out and said I need to be talking about the Bible more. So let me read a verse.
I actually have some ideas for that too. So why don't you read that, and then I'll come up. I'll tell you what we should do.
Read a verse real quick.
Yeah.
We'll do a verse. Here we go. There we go. This is apropos. Hebrews.
Okay.
Hebrews.
I'm listening with open mind.
Chapter 6, verse 1. We'll start there. Therefore, leaving the principles of the doctrine of Christ, let us go on unto perfection, not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works and of faith toward God, of the doctrine of baptisms and of laying on of hands and of resurrection of the dead and of eternal judgment. And this will we do if God permit. For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted of the heavenly gift and were made partakers of the Holy Ghost and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the world to come, if they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucify to themselves the Son of God afresh and put him to an open shame. For the earth which drinketh in the rain that cometh oft upon it, and bringeth forth herbs, meat for them by whom it is dressed, receiveth blessing from God. But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected, and is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. But, beloved, we are persuaded better things of you, and things that accompany salvation, though we thus speak. For God is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love, which, yea, have shewed toward his name, in that, yea, have ministered to the saints and do minister. And we desire that every one of you do shew the same diligence to the full assurance of hope unto the end, that ye be not slothful, but followers of them who through faith and patience inherit the promises. For when God made promise to Abraham, because he could swear by no greater, he swore by himself, saying, surely blessing I will bless thee, and multiplying I will multiply thee. And so after he had patiently endured, he obtained the promise. For men verily swear by the greater, and an oath for confirmation is to them an end of all strife, wherein God willing more abundantly to shew unto the heirs of promise the immutability of his counsel, confirmed it by an oath, that by two immutable things in which it was impossible for God to lie, we might have a strong consolation who have fled for refuge to lay hold upon the hope set before us, which hope we have as an anchor of the soul, both sure and steadfast, and which entereth into that within the veil, whether the forerunner is for us entered, even Jesus, made an high priest forever and forever after the order of Melchizedek. Amen.
Amen.
So what do you think of that, Dave?
I honestly, I was turning into like dead brain whenever you read the Bible.
Yeah, I read a whole chapter there, and
my mind cannot keep up with the imagery and everything that's going on. And then I start going to a place, and so halfway through, I was like, I can't even concentrate. I feel so childlike. I'm like, is the Holy Spirit filling me with childlike whimsy right now?
I gotta be honest,
I cannot even keep my thoughts to understand what he's saying.
I was reading it out loud, and I was like, kind of, I was kind of zoned out.
So in the beginning part, I kind of got it, where it was like, we have the word, and you have the faith, and you know, and then it dipped and dived, and then I went into the, am I dumb? Like, I can't keep up with this.
No,
And
I
then I
thought the
just
same
started
thing.
then I started imagining all the different images, that the imagery that was coming up.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I was imagining thorns and briars.
yeah,
And,
same.
yeah.
I have difficulty with Shakespeare and the Bible. And when I like read the Bible, somebody got me the audiobook, and it's fun to listen to because it puts you in a meditative state where you're thinking about God in the world and just being in a health, like trying to be in a healthy place. But I have to pick up the actual Bible because I have to go very slow through a lot of the stuff
Well,
to understand it.
Shakespeare actually makes more sense because Shakespeare was English and everything was written in English. It's like native English, right?
Yeah.
The Bible is like a translation of a translation of a it's like filtered through like a couple different languages by the time you're reading it in English. So
Yeah.
it's like as I was reading like this, the first thing I thought was like, man, this is a long run on sentence. Like
Yeah.
there's just no punctuation. Like grammatically, the way the sentences that sentence was structured, I was like, it's just a run on. It's just commas and semicolons and all that. And I'm like, this is a long sentence. This is not how anybody would teach you to write a sentence.
Well, I know, like when you talk about Adam and Eve, for example, and they talk about Adam and God were talking. He's like, I feel like alone here, and I need a partner. And so God,
Yeah,
a partner. And when you read the Bible in English, like it says that like he created like a servant, but when you translate it back to Greek and Hebrew, it doesn't really mean the same thing. It was like a helper servant. And
yeah,
it meant whatever Adam was missing, he put in Eve so that they were all the things that you aren't. And so when you look for a partner, you're supposed to be looking for a partner that's all the things that it's strong in all the places that you're weak. I think is the actual
yeah.
thing. And so like it's
I
very
need someone
different
to do the
when you read the
QuickBooks for me.
translation. Like when you read the translation, it says one thing, but then if you read somebody explaining the translation from like Greek or Hebrew, it takes on a whole new meaning.
Yeah,
You know? Yeah.
that's probably why I should maybe study it ahead of time if I'm gonna.
Yeah, I was thinking like I like on a daily basis for me, I don't know what it's like for you, but the way I kind of live my Christian lifestyle, and some would say maybe it's not that Christian with the swearing and the playing poker and stuff like that. But I do give like thanks and grace to God every day. Like I wake up and I'm just thankful to be awake. And I usually have a little conversation. I always give grace before bed.
Yeah.
So when you put yourself in that perspective and you feel like everything's going to be okay and it's going to work out, it just does. I started like the experiment, even like last week, I was just like, everything was going fine, but I was emotionally perceiving the world as going bad. And I just laid down and I had a discussion with God. And I was like, look, I'm not asking for anything. I just want to say thanks for the roof over my head, the bed, all this stuff. I'm starting to get into a spot where I'm feeling like things aren't going well and blah, blah, blah. And then literally the next day, like 5 projects that I was working on that was just dragging out all got solved within like the first hour of my day. And this huge weight was lifted. And maybe that was going to happen no matter what. But once you have like a conversation with God, and then if you look for that happening in the morning and then you connect it mentally that, having those conversations makes that happen, your life starts improving. Like,
Yes. This is a secret.
It is like the secret.
Rhonda
Yeah.
Byrne.
Yeah. If you want to look, yeah, it's the Einstein quote or whoever quote where it's like, you can look 2 ways to look at the world, that everything's a miracle or nothing's a miracle. And so when you get yourself into the everything's a miracle mode, it starts snowballing for the positive.
Yep.
But I thought maybe we've been doing prayers at the end, and we're doing some readings or whatever. But I thought maybe we could do like a weekly gratitude thing, and even maybe people in the chat can do it since they're here for the Christian stuff. Is just like what's going on good in their life that you're thankful for. Instead of just once a year, just once a year in November over getting fat with some food, we just talk about how good are we, something good that's going on in our lives.
Good. Yeah, bring spread a little more positivity, a little more cheer.
Yeah, I mean, Elon wants us putting more positivity on X. And I mean, I'm trying my best.
Oh man, I got some thought. Yeah, I got.
So, what's going good for you this week? What are you grateful for?
Well, hold that thought because I gotta go. I'm grateful that I have indoor plumbing because I have to go pee right now.
All right. So I'm going to show everybody my sweatshirt that I got from Top Lobster that says Manila. I don't know if you guys can see this. It says Manila. It's based on the crackers or the cookies, the Nilla wafers. You guys like Nilla wafers? Sound off in the chat. So Little Goblin fella says he likes the idea genuinely of, you like the idea of being, I was talking about grace. Raphael said, let's see a picture of this grace. Okay. You're having lustful thoughts. We can work on that, Raphael. Yeah. So it is, I got a little game we're going to play maybe when Dalton gets back. Let's see. I got a bit. Basically, maybe I'll explain it when Dalton got back, but I did a little bit of work. I'm going to try and produce the show a little bit. Dalton, originally, I tried to produce it a couple times, and Dalton's like, the more structured it is, it's like a proton, where like if you look at it, you ruin it. So he likes the authenticity of the podcast when we're just going freestyle with one another or whatever. But I want to try and produce it some more. So I made a little game tonight that we're going to play when he gets back. I wanted to, not necessarily bits, but maybe we'll do some weekly stuff. I know when people really like when there's patterned over and over again. So I think giving grace every week, doing maybe an opening prayer that we're going to have a good show, and a closing prayer would be good. And Dalton's back, so that's enough vamping.
Yeah, we'll do a full Osteen, dude.
Yeah. Hostess cupcakes if it's you.
And look, I've been throwing down some Little Debbie's. I gotta stop doing that. I figured out today I'm probably like, not only am I just like eating bad, I'm like extremely malnourished.
Yeah,
I'm just not getting like the actual nutrients I need.
Can I tell you so I saw some thing today where like 60% of like Americans are diabetic too.
What does this mean? Yes, that is the goal. Less viewers. Well, don't come in here with this snark.
Gimp gladly. You know what? We're happy to have you here, Glimp. We give grace for you being here. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you get moved by the Holy Spirit.
Blessings be upon you.
Yeah, blessings be upon you. We love you. Be filled with the Lord's love.
Yeah.
But I felt like I was malnourished, and I made those. I've been making like once a week. I go to a store and get vegetables and make a vegetable broth, and then I just drink vegetable broth, like warm vegetable broth, all day, and it's been really helping. I think between the Coke Zeros and all that stuff, I was getting magnesium depleted.
Yeah,
because once I started like doing the good vegetable broth once a week and some of that stuff, I've been sleeping better. Although before the show, I went to take a quick nap at like 6 because I quit caffeine. I've been up since 4. I was at the casino gambling last night playing poker. I'm like, let me do a quick nap before the show. I couldn't sleep. Then I finally fell asleep like at 8:30, and I wanted to be out of bed by 9. And I just woke up and I was in a cold sweat for no reason. So I felt like even bigger. I felt worse when I woke up than when I went to take my nap. But what's up with cold sweats? No, seriously, like I don't know the science behind it. Like it wasn't hot. Like, yeah, I would just take a nap, right?
You sweat and then you're covered in sweat and there's sweat surrounding you. It's gonna cool off.
Yeah, but I'm saying like when you're in bed, right? And it's not hot, right? And you go to sleep. And sometimes you wake up and you're just normal, right?
Yeah.
But you ever just wake up, like I'm bald, so it's even worse for me. I just wake up and my complete pillow is just soaked and I'm drenched in sweat. And I was like, what was just going on in my sleep that I'm like this? It's not
Well,
80
I think
degrees
I
in
can
here, it's
answer why.
66 degrees in here.
I think I can answer why it's cold, just because that's what happens when you sweat. Like it's a
Yeah,
cooling
I know you're
mechanism.
cool and but why do you sweat in your sleep when you're not doing it? I'm fucking sleeping.
Oh,
Why am I
that can
sweating?
happen for any number of reasons. Like if you're having a bad nightmare, or if there's like
All right.
something that's been stressing you out, like yeah, you'll work yourself up while you're asleep, and then wake up and be like, "Oh man, that was terrifying." You're covered in sweat.
Maybe that's what it. So I don't remember it. I've been remembering dreams lately, but I don't remember any dreams when I was laying down for this this pregame nap. So I'd be full of energy and vigor for you guys. Happy, by
Yeah.
the way, happy back, happy Black History
Yeah.
Month.
Dude, I have nightmares constantly, and like the one that I can like distinctly remember because it's like a recurring nightmare
Yeah.
is that I'm like in some house that is seemingly endless on the inside. Like it just like I keep like looking for the exit or trying
Oh
to
yeah.
navigate my way around this house, and
Yeah.
there's just different like new rooms I'm finding or new like attic spaces or whatever, and there's like people there, and everyone's mad that I'm there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
dude.
I keep going in like another room, and there's like people in there, and they're just like fucking pissed off that I'm even there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to leave, and I
Dude, I've
can't
had
seem to.
dreams like this before. Yeah, when I was
Yeah.
younger. Yeah.
So I have that's like a recurring nightmare I have.
So I used to have this house that I would go to all the time with like, I don't know if it was a family or whatever, but it was always the same people in the same kind of house that I was just in. And there was nothing special going on. It was just like The Sims. Like I would just be in this house for years. And then it went away. I stopped dreaming. And then maybe like a year ago, I started having the dream of that house again. And it was freaking me out. Like, what is this house? Is this a simulation? Is this my another life, a second life or whatever?
Yeah.
Um, but so I
Damn,
had,
apparently we're not alone here because Rosa Smith says he has an endless house dream.
yeah,
Um,
I've had quite a few of those. And it's freaky. And I do get the feeling of like, no one wants me here and I'm trying to get out of the house and it's like a maze.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He says he says it's yours above a mall area. No, I don't know where the house is. It feels
Mm.
like it's somewhere in the country or the suburbs, but I don't know. I haven't seen the outside.
I was having nightmares around the 1st and 2nd of February when I first quit caffeine. And they were these very vivid. I was in this like giant room. There was like a mall or just like a big warehouse, and there was lots of people. And we were all running around because there was this sphere that was trying to hit us and kill us.
Yeah,
And so we were weaving in and out, but for
that's
some reason,
Pac
this thing was
Man.
hyper focused on me and nobody else. And so for like 2 nights in a row, I kept having this dream that this giant sphere was going to get, and I was like going in and out of these doors and like hiding on these different levels. And then I just kind of like lucid dreamt in the, like just kind of realized it was a dream after like the 3rd night. And I just turned around and grabbed this thing, went right towards the ball and like stopped it and just grabbed it and took control and ended it. And everybody like looked at me like, oh, you can do that. And so I just recognized it as I was like maybe avoiding something in my life, like a fear, and that I need to attack it head on. And then as soon as I attacked it head on, I wasn't scared anymore, and it was just fine. And it ended, and I never had the dream again. But it was just like this impending doom. And as soon as I turned around and took control, I just stopped it, and it wasn't scary at all.
Yeah, no man, that's
So
Pac Man. You were a ghost in Pac Man.
no, it
And
wasn't like that. It was
you
more
finally
like
faced
probably from
Pac-Man and killed him.
no, it was more like Beast games. So it was like a bunch of us like were in this game where this ball was like coming at these different alleys or whatever for us,
Yeah.
and we were
Oh,
hiding. Yeah.
yeah. And
And this
speaking
ball
of,
kept like whizzing. This huge like sphere kept going like a bowling ball, but with no holes, would fly by my head and just miss me.
that's also a phantasm. You also that's also
Yeah.
the
So maybe it is.
Phantasm.
Maybe it was in Pac-Man Phantasm. Yeah.
You did Phantasm. And we'll get into. You have a bit you want to do. I gotta
Oh,
remember that. But
so we
then
can.
also,
Yeah, we can try
I gotta
this.
remember Pac-Man, Amazon Prime. But then to give grace.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I'll tell
yeah.
you. I am, and this is something I've had to be like mindful of
Yeah.
for a while now. I'm grateful just to be alive because I went through. I think everybody knows a pretty turbulent and what's the word I'm looking? I went through a bad experience.
It's trials and
I
tribulations.
went through
That's
some
all
trials
to
and
say.
tribulations. Yeah, I suffered a pretty severe
Yeah.
mental health episode.
I
That
went through
looking,
the same thing. It's a blessing. Trust me, in
yeah,
the long
and
run.
looking back on it, like at the time, I didn't understand like why everyone was so concerned and the people around me because like when you're going crazy, you're just like, no, I'm right, you're wrong, fuck you, I'm not sick,
Yeah.
and everybody was like really scared. And looking back on it, I do realize like, oh yeah, I probably was like close to dying. Like if that
Yeah.
kept going like uninterrupted, like if nobody had stepped in, or if that hadn't gotten like taken care of, um, that probably just ends with me like being dead. You know?
Oh, so that is intense. Well, I'm glad you hear that. I was not that far. I never felt like I was in danger. I just felt like I was uh could have permanently lost track of being grounded, but never death.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like at the at the time it didn't feel that way, and but like looking back on it, I was like so disconnected from reality and just so like not in any way myself or in my right mind that if if I just kept behaving as I have been behaving without any sort of treatment or medication or just like time to work through that, just like time to I don't know like heal up.
Yeah.
I probably would I probably would have ended up like putting myself in a position where like I some kind of harm came to me or I got killed or just like I wouldn't have like and I didn't have the ability to, like function normally. So like, yeah, I would just be you know either dead or just like one of the guys you see on the street
Yeah.
like
Or
chittering to
or
himself and
very
screaming at
successful
nothing.
stand-up comedian.
Yeah, or
Could've
that.
gone the other way. You could have been, if, somewhat successful, crazy.
Probably not.
I mean,
It probably
yeah.
wouldn't have been that. No,
No,
I probably I would just be like
there's
I
a
would
way
just be the
sometimes when you can
guy.
center it, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, like if I was a black man, I'd be the guy that Daniel Penny choked to death on the subway. Like I'd be
Dressed as
that kind
Michael
of guy.
Jackson. Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah. Like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
where things were headed. And so like, on the other side of that, now that I'm like recovering and I have my mind back and I'm on
Yep.
the the journey toward kind of reclaiming my life. It's like, yeah, I mean, I gotta remind myself every day just to like be grateful to be alive.
Some of it, I would tell you, I am an introvert for the most part, but I go to play poker and I try to get out of the house and like meet people and have to be forced to talk to them because it does bring you back to reality from being online all the time. And sorry, I'm tired. I'm losing my train of thought. Well, but as far as like where you're at now, and I hear you like kind of negative talking all the time about like, oh, I'm still in my recovery, I'm still a mess. I think a lot of that would cure if you were back in society a little bit more often. Like I don't think you're as bad. I mean, you would know better than me, but I don't look at you and think that you're doing that bad. When
No,
I
I
isolate
don't think
myself in my house, it brings me to a negative place and I can almost instantly cure it by going out. Like even when I did my solo trips to Skankfest and stuff, and you start running into the boys or whatever, you just fall right into place. You're just having fun and joking around, and no one's looking at you like you're crazy or whatever. It's just like so and so had a hard time, and now they're not. Like when your boy goes through a breakup and he's crying like a little bitch and going through his social media, and you're like, dude, you got to get off that shit. you're eventually on the other end of it and you're embarrassed at the time, but you don't think that guy's like that all the time. You don't think that he's stalking social media of his exes all the time. He was just going through a rough time.
Right.
He's on the other side of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least that's how I see you. I don't even think about it until you bring it up. I just think this is Dalton that called Dylan gay at his peak. Dude,
I love to complain for sure. I enjoy complaining. I'll bitch and moan here and there. And, it's like, I'm pissed off that like I got derailed in my life. It's a bummer. But like at the end of the day, all things like after everything that's happened, I'm like, I'm doing much better than I was.
So if it's God's plan, then you didn't get derailed. You're viewing it as being derailed. But really, this is the journey that you were going to be on. You're just viewing it that you wanted to go that other.
I suppose. I don't think there was any part of God's plan that was me like taking 3 hits of acid and doing all the drugs I was doing. And
so, yes and no, but it's like, say you did make it successful, like, and went further up the ladder. You have no foundation, it's talking about in the Bible. You can't build a foundation on sand. You need to build it on stone. And so the reason you probably fell is because you had a foundation of sand. That's why I fell. So now you can build a strong foundation.
You say that because you're not the first person that said exactly that. Like the words foundation, because like somebody was talking to me as that was happening.
Yeah,
a friend of mine said the problem is because he's somebody who's dealt with mental health stuff in the past. He was saying like the problem with you is like you're pursuing all your dreams or whatever, and you're meeting all these fucking famous people, and think you're succeeding. And he said the issue is you have no foundation.
Yeah.
So like whatever's happening or is gonna happen from he was telling me like whatever you think is gonna happen, whatever success you think you're gonna achieve, it's you have no foundation, so you're gonna crumble. Like you're set up to fall. Yep. He's like, and it sounds like you're falling right now.
It's the same thing with meme coins. Like, and this wasn't anything negative, but I was saying this to Troy in private about you. We weren't like talking about you back. We were just talking about meme coins. And I was like, Dalton's having fun, meme coins. We could talk to him tomorrow. And he's like, guys, I did it. I got 2.5 million on meme coins. But unfortunately, because he doesn't have a foundation, I also feel like the same strategy that got him there would be like, guys, I lost 2.5 million in meme coins.
I'll round trip that. Yeah.
Yeah. Round trip it. So like once you get like a kind of plans and these foundations and the stabilities, then for me, at least, I was trying to get to a destination in life. And now I'm kind of better at enjoying life, like enjoying the journey. I know it sounds corny, but like, it's a hard place to get to sometimes.
Yeah.
And if you're in a shitty spot, then like there's very few people when they're in a shitty spot that can enjoy being the shittiness. And then you almost need to like get out of, like, you need to be looking to the future then. Hopefully getting to a point where you can calm down and then start enjoying the things. So you're not in that stress mode all the time.
Yeah. But there is this thing in the West, or at least in the States, that's like with this what was the word I'm looking for? This sort of like focus put on, or like this pressure put on, like goals.
Yeah.
Like like meeting certain benchmarks and achieving certain goals and doing this and that. That it's like it does make it like just do, because we live in a society. It can make it like a challenge.
Look me in the eyes.
Yeah, it can. Oh my God, it's not even great. Hey, what a nice lady. It can make it a challenge to just exist, because like there's this thing where when you wake up in the morning, it's already as soon as you wake up, you go, I got to do this, this, and this to get ready for work, for work. And that, I'm now I got to have breakfast. And as you're eating breakfast, you're just thinking about like what you got to do after that. And then when you're at work, you're thinking about like, what do I do next? What am I going to do after work? and then when you get done with work, so you're always like you're never existing like in the thing you're doing.
You're
like,
deferring your happiness, and then one day you're gonna die and be like, "Oh, I never got a chance to be happy."
Yeah, and it's all in the pursuit of like some nebulous. You don't even know what it is you're pursuing. You just go like, "Well, I have a 401k, and so I guess like when I'm 60, 65, I can do nothing."
Yep.
The goal is the goal for so many people is just like it's what's always been impressed upon me in my life has been this like mythological like idea of retirement. It was like
Yep.
you're working toward doing nothing.
Yep.
Which sucks.
It's different for everybody though. When I was at the poker tournament at my buddy's house with my childhood friends, I got knocked out of the tournament, and it was good because I got play a cash game with like my good friends. So just there's like 40 people there. I got knocked out. So now me and my two good friends, the people that I've known there the longest, are playing cash game with some people and just talking. And my buddy said, dude, we're just telling stories. And my buddy's like, dude, you've had so many jobs in your life, because he had like a really good family. So he went to college, got out, got his first finance job, switched finances, and now he's been in finance his whole life. You know what I mean? Like he picked the job, he's good at it, he makes a ton of money, and he has a family, he has kids, he got married at the quote unquote right time, they had kids at the right time, they bought a house at the right time, like it was just all like scheduled. But in the meantime, I was like, I bought properties when I was 18. I dropped out of college. I did well in those. Then I went gambling. I lost it all playing poker and blackjack. So then I started doing construction. Then construction wasn't working, so I became a personal trainer. Then that wasn't working. And so I've just like been jumping around doing all this stuff along my life. And he was like, that would stress me out. And for me, when I was a purchasing agent sitting in an office all day, and like I could have got promotions in that company, I was like, I was looking at the guys that were my age now, and I was like, oh, I will kill myself if I'm still here when I'm 50. This would be such a miserable life. So I quit. I literally quit the next week, and I was like, I'm going to go live life.
Yeah, the people at my company, they're like, yeah, I've been here 17 years. I'd be like, I'd be dead way before 17 years.
Yeah.
Dude, when we're coming on year 5, I'm already thinking about like, what? Okay, so how am I going to do it?
Yep.
Is it going to be pills? Am I going to walk into the ocean?
Like, let me tell you guys, not 100%, but if I ever not show up, I could have fallen off a mountain because I take a lot of risks when I'm mountain climbing solo, like on these cliffs and stuff. But I've made peace with it when I was up there, because it's like, I don't have a wife, I don't have kids. I'm coming here to see a view. This is very dangerous. I shouldn't be here alone. But if I do fall off and die, there's worse ways to go. You know what I mean? So it's not that I'm going to kill myself on a mountain, but I take risks that I probably shouldn't, because I'm like, whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like,
I actually like genuinely was considering it with like after I got done being crazy, and then I was like having to deal with the fallout of that.
Yeah.
Where I was like not manic or in a state of like psychosis anymore, where I'm like, you know, your brain loses all of its juice, so to speak. Like you've been depleted of everything. So now, like on the other side of a psychotic break,
it's always the juice. Yeah.
Yes, it's always the juice. And what a week it's been for that.
Juice. Yeah.
But on the other side of a psychotic break is like this really debilitating depression, but also just like lack of brain function.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're unfathomably sad and also like incapable of even like doing anything anymore, because you basically your brain had a car crash. Like your brain is like crashed and burned, and now it's got to like repair. And I remember like when I was in the deep abyss of that, like genuinely like contemplating like, so what is it going to be like to not exist? Because that's definitely going to happen soon. Like I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna go in the bathroom and take like whatever pills or fucking however I'm gonna do myself in. And I remember just like sitting there like trying to wrap my head around what it would feel like to be dead. I was like spending a lot of time just thinking about like, okay, so like I'm alive right now, and then I'm gonna be dead soon.
Yeah.
So what's that gonna be like?
So looking back in hindsight, the Bible talks about how though that is not your inner monologue. That's like demons and the devil, like trying to talk to you or whatever.
Sure.
And you're like, okay, I don't believe this is supernatural BS or whatever. But looking back, and we talk about this with gambling and stuff, it really isn't you. Like when, you know what I mean? So the way, like, it's a different part. If it is you, it's a different part of you. What I try to do, like, I try to listen to the voices and what person they're in. So when I'm really doing well and I'm mentally healthy and I'm thriving, I'm just like, oh, brush my teeth. And I go in there and I brush my teeth. And then I'm like, time to eat, time to exercise. And I just do the things as I want to do them. But as I start to slip, I start thinking about them, but it's never in first person. It's always like, instead of thinking, brush my teeth, I'm like, oh, I'll go brush my teeth. And then a voice says, you don't have to brush your teeth. It's not a big deal. But it's like, well, why would I say you to myself? Who would somebody else would say you don't have to brush your teeth? So if you start recognizing that as like a demon or something that's trying to control you, when it's saying you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that, it's like, wait, if it's me making those decisions, why would I say you? I would just say, don't brush your teeth.
Right.
You know what I mean? So once I started recognizing my self-talk like that, I started getting rid of the negative voice that was saying like, you're not doing well, you're gross, you're people, if people don't like you, whatever, like the whole list of things. People don't like me.
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? Like when the stuff that affects you.
Yeah, don't worry, Dave, just to like make something very clear there. People do not like you.
Yeah,
they don't like you. It's been made known to me, and I tell them I don't care. Dave's cool.
Yeah,
his Twitter is concerning. The things he posts are pretty spicy, but like when you actually talk to him, he's pretty even keeled dude.
Yeah, I know who I am, and like if people don't like me, they don't like me. I know that I talked to a couple different people that talk to me, and it's strange because they'll reach out to me. And then I'm like, oh, this person's this, and this. For instance, pull the curtain aside. I had sent you guys a group text about some stuff that multiple people privately that I put in that group said they were interested in. And then as soon as I put it in that group thing, no one responded. So I was like, okay, no big deal.
Oh, I never responded.
People think that I'm a lunatic. It's not a big deal. I'll move forward.
Dave,
but I'm not
going to you don't understand the internet, dude. When you make a group chat and then all of a sudden people see like, what's this group chat I'm in? They're very averse to that. People go, uh-oh, not another GC.
Yeah, that's fine. So like I just dropped it. I'm all like, it doesn't bother me.
I need to learn.
I've come to grips with who I am. I'm very excited. I like who I am. And the people that like me have fun with me. And the people that don't. You saw Swingers with Vince Vaughn?
Of course.
Yeah. It's just that line where it's like, some people I don't like certain people don't like me. It's like, if I become a people pleaser, I will be miserable.
Yes.
And the people that don't like my Twitter are reading it extremely serious.
Sure.
Like
I know where you're coming from.
Like I talked to so many people. Like I was having a talk with I forget his last name. Max there. He used to be he's a stand-up comedian, and he used to be the producer for the Regs or whatever. And he was producer for Chloe LeBranch in Sabrina Piper. Texas Max last name. He doesn't do comedy anymore. Anyways, but I talked to him. He's Jewish, and he gets my tweets. He thinks they're funny too. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and it's bringing up a topic that no one wants to talk about. Actually, recently, everybody.
Well,
wants
it's
to talk about
been busted wide open the last couple
Yeah.
of days. So.
Speaking of that, all right. So this is the bit that I wanted to do.
Yeah.
All right. So guys,
Dalton. Quick though.
Okay.
I don't
go
know
ahead.
what this is in reference to. We're gonna get your bit. We're definitely gonna do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I keep saying you have a bit you want to do.
Yeah,
I don't know what this is in reference to. I just want to say, like, if anyone is struggling, we were talking about some pretty heady, serious stuff just now. If anyone's struggling or whatever, obviously, you know, never kill yourself and seek the help that you need. But then I don't even know what this is in reference to, but this is it's one of those things that just reminded me, like, never kill yourself. This guy Shiva posted buffalo / barbecue wings, mini tacos, mozzarella meatball sliders. I don't even know why he typed that, but that just reminded me. These are good reasons to not kill yourself.
Yeah, all that stuff sounds pretty good and delicious.
So yeah, I guess like, and I I understand
Max Marcus. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I know him.
He's cool. Like, I met him a couple times. He was really cool with me in Boston and Skankfest and stuff.
You want to know something really funny? And we're gonna get to your bit.
Yeah,
you just reminded me
not to do it and just keep saying that and teasing it.
No, we'll do, because it is a good idea. I want to try doing bits, and it's topical.
Yep.
But
and he's and Kanye's a fellow Christian, so we want to, bring him in his time is need. And
you just unlocked a memory from the bad time, from the trials and tribulations.
Yeah.
When I first got hospitalized, when I was going through my Kanye moment, when I was going nuts, the doctor at the whatever wing of the hospital that was, it wasn't the psych ward. It's just like where they put you before the psych ward.
Yeah.
It's like if you get if someone calls a 5150 on you, they take you to the hospital, and it's like the place where they try to like wrangle you and calm you down and do the paperwork before they send you over somewhere else.
Yeah.
The doctor there, they held me there for however many hours, and he came to like talk to me, and he said, "Look, so I've observed you, and based on
you're gay."
Yeah, based on everything I've seen, you're gay. But no,
it's pretty advanced. You are super gay.
Yeah, but he said, given what I've observed of you in the last like hour or two, I feel that you're pretty unwell, and I would, I'm not able to just, I would not release you. We're going to have to hold you for another 72 hours.
Pause.
Yeah. and so.
Why is the doctor holding you?
Yeah. Yeah. And so at that point, I am like about to validate everything he just said.
Yeah.
Because like, I was trying to be calm so I could just get in and get out of there.
Yeah.
But then like, I guess based on what he saw, he was like, we got to hold you for another 72 hours. And then like I snapped, like something in my mind just snapped at that point, because then now I'm like freaking out, and I'm about to just prove him right, you know? And so I said, listen to me, look at, what's your name? And he was like a, short, kind of curly headed dude. And I looked at his, like embroidery on his little coat there, his name.
Yeah.
I said, I said, your name is what? Max Marcus? I said, listen here, you fucking kike. Go back to Israel. Hold on. I don't. You know what?
This is not Dalton. This is a demon speaking through Dalton.
By the way, I didn't even say it that calmly. I'm making it sound better. I'm actually making it sound better than it was. I actually was screaming at him. I said, "Oh, Max Marcus, I know him. Also, you're." I said, "Go back to Israel," and he was like, "Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Can somebody inject him?" And they had to hit me with the whatever.
So, guys, look, I'm never wrong in a long enough timeline. So I guess we just learned that it really is the Jews that go out Dalton, try to put him on medication, take him out. It was because he went after Dylan. And I won't say his last name because it's Black History Month, but he was Jewish, and ever since he called them gay, the Jews took Dalton down, put him in a mental institute. So he'll be on Jake Shields' show next week with Kanye.
This is a good. I'll answer this real quick. How the hell does Dave have a soundboard and Dalton can't figure his out? Dave has a mixer. You have like a.
I have a Rodecaster Pro 2.
Yeah, you have a.
I can actually show it on cam.
You have the thing.
I don't feel like it. I have to move
but you have whatever they're called, like the thing, the thing that you plug the things in, and that plugs in.
Yeah.
All my shit.
All sorts of. It's got slides and buttons and knobs. Yeah.
Yeah. All my shit is just directly USB, and so as it is, I don't have any way to run the soundboard to the thing. I would have to run the soundboard through a amp.
Yeah.
And then to be able to do that, because it's all just like USB. So I got to get better equipment is the thing.
Yep.
That's why. Anyway, speaking of Israel and Jewish slurs, Kanye is having himself a grand old time right now. Based on my experience, it seems like he's manic. So my heart goes out to him.
I don't know. He's speaking a lot of truth as far as I'm concerned. I feel like he's finally out of the mental illness, and he's finally got his feet planted.
He's saying a lot of things that do make some sense for sure. But you wanted, so what is it you were wanting to do?
All right. So Dalton, myself, and Kanye have had some mental breakdowns, and we all have Twitter accounts. So I put together a list of 14 tweets here written by either myself, Dalton, or Kanye. And I'm going to read the tweet out loud. And then we're going to have, you guys can play along in the chat, but I'm going to have Dalton guess whether he said it himself, if it's my tweet, or if it's Kanye's tweet.
Okay.
And it just was so funny today when it hit me, because if anybody's familiar with my Twitter, it's like, Kanye's really stealing my bits here.
Yeah.
So it should be pretty interesting to go through, and then maybe we can vamp and just like laugh at some of the stuff he said. And it's a good way to bring up Kanye in the show rather than just read the tweets. I didn't know everybody was reading them and resharing them all. So a lot of people, you might have already read a lot of them.
Oh, dude. I mean, everybody got to him when they got to him, but I feel like a lot of people just like woke up yesterday and opened Twitter and was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah. After I had talked to you about doing that bit and put the stuff together, I went back on X, and maybe it's because the phone was listening to me, but like everybody that like watches the show is like retweeting that stuff.
Yeah,
so I was like, oh, maybe everybody's going to know all these already.
He's been on a tear, man.
Yeah. Good for him. So let me present my share screen here, because I got slides. I got slides for this.
Oh yeah, he has slides up on his website. Some nice little shoes you can buy.
So let's put us over here.
Oh, Infinity.
How am I going to do this? All right,
I don't know.
Put this over here, and put this on this screen. Can you see Kanye?
Yeah, there's Kanye and his wife, Bianca.
Okay, so here's Kanye, guys. This is what this bit's about.
His beautiful big-titted wife, Bianca.
Right. I gotta, since I'm producing here, I just gotta move some stuff around here.
Yeah, we're doing a PowerPoint bit about things we saw on Twitter, which is the cornerstone of podcasting, is talking about things we saw on Twitter.
Yeah. So, all right. So here's the first. Let's just see where we're at. Okay, I see it here. So here's the first tweet. We're gonna start off easy, so you guys can play at home here. Here's the first tweet, Dalton. Was this you, me, or Kanye West?
Okay.
Anthony Jeselnik. I actually think some of the bars this past 2 days have been almost Anthony Jeselnik-like.
Well, that's Kanye. I just saw that one.
Okay. Yeah, that's
because I wanted to respond and say Jeselnik.
All right, so let's pull this tweet up for everybody. So here's the tweet.
That was Kanye.
Yeah, so you are correct. It is Kanye. Maybe we should give the people at home a little bit more time to play along, but
I guess we need to respect his choice, his not even pronouns, proper nouns. He is Ye now. He's been Ye for some time. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Ye. And you know what's funny about that? When you were reading the Bible earlier, I was like, "Oh, is that why he changed his name to Ye?" Because you kept saying Ye.
Yeah,
when you were reading, and I was like,
emphasizing Ye.
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, this is definitely okay." So yeah, everybody knows how the game's played now. Dalton, you got the first one correct.
Yeah.
I started off a little bit easier, but so we'll go through here. We'll go through here in order, though. Okay. So next, do an internet search for the highest Jewish population prior to World War II. We have been occupied for a long time. They ran the slave trade, guys. They started the Civil War. Just read any historical book. There is always one tribe causing trouble. This
Dave? That's you.
Maybe Dalton does go on my Twitter.
Well, I mean, it's just that was coherent.
Okay.
That was structured coherently. I mean, it's still insane. But
where's the lie, guys? Okay. This is me retweeting Dan Bilzerian.
Yeah. It's still insane, but it's insane in a way that like a lot of the sort of the noticing accounts on Twitter are, where it's like you at least have a grip on the English language and you're being deliberate with what you're saying, whereas Kanye is just firing them off.
Well, I will say, if you look up the largest Jewish population prior to World War II, it was the United States, and I believe it's one of the reasons we actually got into World War II with Germany was because we had such a big Jewish population, because the war was almost over before America stepped in. So anyways, all right. So you're 2 for 2, Dalton. You're pretty good at this game. Here's what I got to be honest. I would have had a lot of fun at the Young Republicans Overlook Hotel party. Bunch of corny ass crackers getting drunk and dancing out of rhythm. It's kind of the atmosphere where I thrive.
Yeah, that's me. I remember tweeting that.
All right, good.
This is an interesting game because you just ruined one. It's an interesting game because I remember my own tweets pretty well.
How is that not? Oh, because I used wait. Oh, the AI fucked me over there because I used AI to label these.
Yeah.
And so it put the wrong thing on. So I couldn't read it there.
Yeah.
I didn't know how I was going to open up the slide. So that's it.
There's a lot of truth to this though, because I've been at parties that were predominantly black people.
Yeah.
And I felt, as welcoming as they were, I felt uncomfortable. But when I get around some good old cracker ass white boys, I feel right at home.
I will say, I've been to black parties in the past, and my friends were very uncomfortable there, and I had felt comfortable, but not complete ease. But when I saw this photo of this Republican Party going on there, I was like, I wouldn't want to be there. You got to be all dressed up.
Oh no, I mean that party that's not my scene, but it is like too stuffy. But
yeah.
I guess honestly, if it was between that or just like going to some like black guy's apartment, I guess I would go to the black guy's apartment.
Yeah, if we go to like Lamar's house, that would be much more fun.
You mean Lamar?
Lamar, yeah, Lee's, house. That would be a lot more fun.
I was at a a friend of mine took me to some party one time in somebody's apartment where it was like mostly black people, and it was like one of them. It was like one of their birthdays. One of the people there, it was their birthday.
Yeah,
and birthday, yeah,
yeah.
And when they were like, "We're all gonna sing Happy Birthday now," I was gearing up. I was gearing up for Happy Birthday, and then they hit the Happy Birthday. And I was like, "What is this? What are y'all doing?"
And you're at the party the whole time, and it's like, "Happy birthday, happy birthday."
Yeah, it was a fun little shindig, though.
Yeah, I mean, the first woman I ever dated was half African American, half Cape Verdean. I dated quite a few Black and Spanish women before I even dated like white women.
Yeah.
So I went to a lot of black parties.
Shit, man. I'd rather see 10 white bitches die than one sister cry.
But this is back in the 90s when black people were kind of cool before they were so dangerous nowadays. So dangerous now. It's like,
yeah,
I just want to listen to Arrested Development and like talk to an Afrocentric lady, you know?
Mariska Hargitay, Kenny's here. Mariska Hargitay. So what's the next one?
All right, sorry, but okay, so next one. I hate the photos of me looking overweight too.
That's Kanye.
Yeah. That is Kanye.
Dave,
you're really good at this game.
You might be underestimating how severely online I am because I've like just saw these as they were coming in.
No, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. The bit kind of got ruined because I was like, there's too many people resharing them, so you're going to see them.
Although but that could be me because that's also something.
That's what I'm saying. Like this could be. That's why the bit's kind of funny too. Like, of course, you're gonna remember your own tweets.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny that you, me, and him are so like psychotic, and I make a lot of Jewish references.
Yeah.
And he's he's dancing between like all three of the different things. So I thought it would be pretty funny.
I relate to Kanye a lot because when I was going through this, I don't know what's going on with him right now. It appears from the outside looking in, it looks like a manic episode, possibly psychosis. Yeah, probably brought on by the nitrous addiction that he's doing all that nitrous. But I remember when I was going through that, I was in that headspace where I was specifically like, "Yo, what are the Jews up to?"
Yeah, dude. I never left. I actually wonder that sometimes because like Kanye and me had similar things with our accidents and like Jake Shields did a bunch of us. It kind of feels like once you get knocked out of the matrix and you start putting pieces back together because you have no foundation, do you just end up because Hitler got beat by his father? You know what I mean? Here's the thing that bothers me. People are so polarized with Trump and Biden and Hitler and Jewish people or whatever. I don't hate all Jewish people, and I don't love everything that Hitler did. It's just ridiculous ridiculous that you can't say like that people are individuals and they do some good things and some bad things.
Dave, hold on. I'll counter that by saying I think the bad that Hitler did so far outweighs anything good he ever did that any good Hitler did is negligible. It's not even worth. It's not even worth mentioning.
No, well, so here's the thing, though, right? When you have that thing and you have no room for nuance, it makes it very difficult for people to learn what evil really looks like. Right?
It looks like Hitler.
No, but I'm saying like when you're looking at politicians, right, and they're doing bad things, but they're also doing good things. People need to recognize that so they can still have a moral ground. If you just start labeling people as good and bad, you lose the ability to recognize it in the future.
Okay. I just want to make clear that I think Hitler is a good barometer for evil. That's evil.
But I'm not saying that he's a good barometer for good. I'm just saying that no one is black. It's not black and white. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so like Dan like you can Dan Bilzerian or whatever his name is, the IG guy, he tweeted out Jewish supremacy and it got blocked on his Twitter. So he's like, why can you say white supremacy, but you can't say Jewish supremacy?
I'm just saying, so, I'm not ever going to do any Hitler apologia. Like I'm not going to go through and like do any revisionism for Hitler.
That's not what I'm trying to say, though.
He's a better painter than I am. I've heard people say the paintings suck. Yes. They look better than anything I can do. He was a proficient painter, and I'm sure like maybe he might have helped an old lady cross the road a time or two.
But that's not my point. That's not my point. There's people today that are doing stuff, right? And they're only focusing on the good stuff, and they do a lot of evil stuff that you're not allowed to talk about, right?
Sure.
So when you say Hitler was all evil, then you lose the ability to recognize when evil is only pointing out the good stuff they're doing today, right? Because you need to realize that people have to look and scrutinize individuals to see their evilness. because I see a lot of evil in the world right now. And when you call out that evil, like wars and murdering and children and stuff, it gets suppressed. And then the good stuff is brought up. And then so you're like, so if you don't realize that not everything that Israel does is bad, but they are doing bad things right now, then the stuff gets lost. So I think Hitler is a good barometer to realize, yes, he did evil things. He's an evil person, but he would be doing the same type of stuff in the censoring stuff that's going on right now. So sure. What people are pretending is the good and the righteous and the controllers right now is not much different than what was going on. That's my whole thing. Like, it's not a black, no one's a black, it's not a black and white issue for Black History Month. We don't have to get into this because I think
I don't want to get too in the weeds on Hitler. What's the next tweet?
You're gonna love the next tweet then. All right. The next tweet. The Jews love to take ownership over shit they didn't make or own.
That's Kanye.
That is Kanye. All caps. I actually really enjoy the artistic nature of his tweets. So he's got these all caps, but I don't think he's screaming this. I think he's just likes to do all caps. Yeah. And what he realized as an artist is that the double space instead of the comma or for a new thought works better than punctuation. So I'm really loving the all caps.
Very provocative, yeah.
Yeah, like I think it was well done. And then it was funny. He stopped with the all caps and he went to regular writing on some of them.
It's very unhinged. And you know, there is a sousance of truth to this tweet. Because
yeah, I mean,
I do. There does seem to be like a culturally, man. We're getting some dicey territory here. There does seem to be like culturally a thing with Jewish people where they like structured their lives in a way where they don't have to like do like labor, like they don't have to make things or own them. They just like
they're never well. There is musicians and stuff, but most of them don't want to make the music. They want to own the music that's made, and they don't want to, you know. And then they're the landlord, so you're paying them the rent.
The landlords and
or they own the business, and you work for them, or they own the bank and they all get usury from you, so they don't have to have intergenerational work.
Yeah, so all their work exists in like ledgers and bookkeeping and shit like that. Like it's all like mental stuff. It's that Ryan Gosling monologue and whatever that. Have you ever seen that?
I don't know,
dude. I don't know what fucking movie this is from, but I guess it's like Ryan Gosling is some Aryan guy in the movie, and he delivers this monologue about like, you know, the Jew ain't got no soil. You know, the Jew is a wanderer. And they make they create their lives. They create these like cosmopolitan lifestyles where they don't build nothing. They don't work. They just want to. Everything they do is mental. It's all like numbers and theory and philosophy and shit. It's a monologue that's like supposed to portray him as like unhinged, like he's racist. But if you watch it and listen to it, you go. And if you've ever met like a landlord, like a Brooklyn landlord. You hear that monologue and go, I mean, you know.
Yeah, and so like just to be, I mean, I guess we'll say juxtaposition instead of the devil's advocate. Just the flip side of that, we all have kind of this weird innate want to get resources without working for them. And so like if you're really clever and cunning or whatever, you can figure out a way to get resources with the least amount of work.
Yeah, scheme.
And they have these systems in place within their families and stuff where they do that. So there is a part of it, like, and Kanye's gone off about this in the past, where it's like, we could learn a lot from them. And I'd like to do something similar from my family that they've done with theirs. I think the part that people don't like is the coercion aspect of it that goes on now, where if you know, everybody wants to kind of be a landlord and not work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like, But are you stealing taxpayers' money through USAID to do that?
I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah. So I think that's where it gets dicey. But again, like, I don't hate all people that just happen to be born Jewish. What my whole thing is, or black people, or any races, my whole thing is like Dave Smith. When you make an argument to Dave Smith, he makes a counter argument back. And then you make a counter argument. He never says, you don't make an argument to Dave Smith and he says you're being anti-Semitic. So as soon as somebody says you're being anti-Semitic, they're putting themselves in a collective as a Jew, and then you get to judge them as a collective. Same thing with black people. If you have a black person that you say something about and they just joke around back and they act like an individual, as soon as they say you're a racist,
individual.
Yeah. As soon as they call you a racist, you're like, okay, well, you're saying that you are just like everybody black. You want to be part of the group of black people, so I'll now treat you like that.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people have the mental capacity nowadays. I mean, I can't tell the difference anymore between retards and bots on the internet because people are just so dumb. But I don't think people have the ability a lot of times to switch from the individual to the aggregate and back and forth with any consistency.
Sure. So, by the way, speaking of like, schemes, and you don't want to have to, you want to gathering resources without having to work too hard. Let's get some super chats going. Where are the super chats? Show me the 1099.
Let's just so you guys know, if you guys hate me, 100% of all this goes to Dalton. None of this goes to me. So you actually, by donating to the show, you would be rubbing it in my face that you're not giving me any money, and that's good for Dalton.
But I mean, I'll give money to like whoever asks, who I do shows with. If
I don't want anything, but I'm just saying, like, if people don't like me and they think that I'm gonna get something, I'm not here to get anything. But just
I probably owe Sal money. I probably do need to pay Sal, but he's been absent lately. But he texted me today and said he's sorry. What's the next thing?
Right. So where are we at to? Where are we up to? You're pretty good. You're batting 100 so far.
Yeah,
you're batting 100.
Oh, there we go. $10 from Robbie's third cousin. Thank you. This is my scheme.
Thank you, Robbie's third cousin.
This is my scheme: is to beg for money on the internet.
All right, we're at number 6 now. Number 6 is what black pussy do to a MF?
That's me.
Oh, fuck. Let me find.
That's it. Yeah, I forget what that was in reference to, but I do remember tweeting.
This is Dalton.
Right here.
Yeah. Back on January 22nd. What black pussy do to a MF?
Yeah, because Kevin Costner posted that like loving tribute to Whitney Houston.
Yeah,
that did smack of like, yo, this motherfucker was smitten.
She was at the time. She was cute. She was like sexy. if she was doing all those drugs and you getting they say that those women that like the cocaine do a lot of kinky stuff. So maybe they were having a little bit of jungle fever back then.
That's one thing to call it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what they had back then is jungle fever. Honestly, like I grew up in the 90s, like seeing these two together like this warms my heart. Now, because of all the talk online and the negativity or whatever, it's like I get upset about the propaganda of like the Netflix and stuff. The modern day version of this makes me sick to my stomach. But I see these two people here, and I think, oh, you know what? Good for them. Good for Kevin and Whitney. He was a good bodyguard.
Yeah. Well, you know what's a great version of this nowadays, like a great like representation of this, or whatever you call it, like a interracial sort of modern relationship in media.
Zendaya in
no, Spider-Man? It's the James Marsden's character and his wife in the Sonic the Hedgehog movies.
I haven't seen him yet.
Because he's white, and in the movies his wife, I don't know the actress's name, but she's black.
Yeah.
And so that's a great you know, that's representation. That's a great depiction of like a modern sort of interracial relationship where, you know, an interracial couple adopt an extraterrestrial hedgehog
yeah.
and they help him save the
Oh
world.
yes, I do actually know this now. Yeah, I know who he is now. Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah,
James Marsden's man. He's
I
awesome.
watched all the trailers and I saw him. Yeah, he was pretty cool. Yeah, that's the thing that bothers. It doesn't bother me, but it's like gaslighting. That's why it frustrates me. It's every time they want to depict a interracial relationship, it's a black man with a white woman, which is statistically the worst divorce rate and abuse rate and all that stuff. But they very rarely are like a black man and an Asian or a white man and an Asian. And a white man and an Asian is a very successful interracial thing.
Yeah.
Or they hardly flip it where it's a white man and a black woman, which is also a successful, one of the more successful things. So it's just weird that they hyper focus on these one relationships and ignore the other ones.
Dude, when I was a kid, this blew my mind because I think that, like, the first time I saw this in media, like on TV or anything, was when I was a kid, and in one of the later seasons of Boy Meets World when they're all in college.
Yeah. When Corey started dating
not Corey.
His brother.
Eric. It was his brother Eric started dating a black chick.
Yeah.
And I remember like watching that as a kid, being like, "Yo, you can do that."
What's crazy is the way people like perceive me and actually how I live my actual life are completely different. Like the last serious relationship I had was with a mixed chick who was half black, half Irish. And like most of my younger relationships were with black and Spanish women.
What would it be called when she does a dance?
The mixed chick? Yeah, the Irish nig.
Hey.
Is that what you're going for?
Yeah.
Yeah, good joke. Unfortunately, her sense of humor in Trump and everything didn't work out. She was like, it's sad too. We were friends for like 14 years and then we dated. And I just watched her personality change over the years from all the propaganda and the race baiting. And it's like, I haven't changed, but I've changed, but like you're looking at me like we aren't still the same because you're being told white guys are bad. So now I'm inherently bad, even though nothing has changed. So you watch people like that over the years, and it's like they really can, whoever runs the media, whoever that might be, and puts this stuff out, they really can change the perception around them.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right.
What's the next one?
The next one is, it's hilarious how if you create AI and give it uncensored access to the internet, it becomes anti-Semitic in less than 24 hours. Israel's own propagandized AI became anti-Semitic.
That's you. That's Dave.
Yeah, that's me. It's too cold. You're right. It is. Oh, I spoiled this one.
Yes. Each person just has their own distinct voice and style, and
yeah. My anti-Semitism and Kanye's anti-Semitism.
I guess the through line is we're all anti-Semitic.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this one and pull it up. So here's the thing. This is reminding me. So you remember the Tay-Tay, the Taylor Swift AI bot that they put on Twitter?
Yeah.
And like within less than 24 hours, she was like hailing Hitler and going anti-Semitic. Well, Israel made an AI bot and some AI systems for them, and like gave it access to their like database, but it also had access to like science plus their blogs.
Dude, I'm gonna be fucking sick, dude. This fucking Dave Portnoy coin is at 14 cents now.
Yeah, you getting FOMO?
Oh, dude, I am. As much as I hate him,
yeah,
I thought about buying in at 0.005, like a $5 million market cap. Dude, I would have made so much fucking money if I had just done that.
I saw it too. Like I saw his early. I saw Dasha coin early. I wouldn't say early. Like I would have to have dropped everything got the thing, switched money into my wallet, and bought.
Here's the thing: to be truly early, you have to be an insider.
Yeah,
anything that's like really gonna pump. Here and there's like genuine organic pumps where you can just as a guy find it early,
yeah,
and it'll pump and you make a ton of money. Most of the ones that when like you'll see that they launched and it's only been a couple hours and they're already like pumping pretty well.
Yeah.
That's all in. You have to be like inside. You have to be an insider for that.
Yeah.
So early for us would be like this Dave Portnoy coin would be when I found it at a $5 million market cap. That would have been a great entry.
Mm-hmm.
Which for most coins is like that's late. That's like, oh, it's already at
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like by the time I saw them, I'm like, yeah, they're probably going to start heading back down. So then when they head up, you're like, oh. But that's why I got out of the game, because you have to literally just sit at your computer all day and go through that stuff.
Yeah.
And
and
like,
it has to be
if
you want to like time it correctly, it has to be at a computer, because like if you do it just on your phone like I do, like on a Phantom wallet, it's so slow. The Phantom wallet is like the slowest way to do it that you're always like you're not even getting accurate information through the Phantom wallet. You have to get up to date information. You would have to connect your wallet to Dex tools on your computer and just sit there and look at Dex tools.
Yeah. And Portnoy's did they do that on Solana?
Yeah.
Okay, because I wasn't sure, because I saw it on Polymarket too, so I didn't know if that was launched on the other one. They have their big
Solana. But I think at this point, like meme coins are basically Solana. I know there's meme coins on Ethereum and XRP and AVAX and all that, but Solana is like the place for meme coins just because they're easy to create and the fees are like almost non-existent.
Somebody put together a meme. I think it was Link, and it was basically just like naming all the coins. It was like Bitcoin is like, millionaires stealing from retards. Ethereum is retards.
I saw that.
Solana is retards stealing from other retards.
Yeah, and XRP was just retards.
Yeah. I thought it was either or, but that was funny because it is true. It's like a deep cut though. In order to get that meme, you have to be involved like in all those things a little bit to really, really feel it.
Yeah. But the truth is nobody knows what's going to happen. It's anybody's game. What's the next thing?
Tweet number 8. If a woman starts calling you dude or bro or buddy, better pack it up, man, and move to another state. There's no coming back from that.
Well, that's me, and that's drawn from my own experience. That's a painful truth that I've had to deal with.
Yes, that was Dalton Pruitt. What's funny to these, though, if you do take a second, if this was in all caps and Kanye tweeted it out,
it's structured.
Would make just as much sense to me.
I because like when you're using Twitter, you have to kind of like implement the syntax of Twitter, so no punctuation, just string some words together and then post it. So this could be a Kanye, but it's like this is also just like. I mean, this is like, so I don't know how universal this is. It feels like it's true because in my experience, like anytime I've been like, building a rapport with a woman, or if we've been friends, and then I start like maybe feeling like I would like to have sex with her or having like romantic feelings to her. And then, they can always pick up on that. I have noticed that she'll start like really hitting the dude,
bro,
buddy, pal, and they're like it's times it's made me feel psychotic, like where I feel like I'm maybe overanalyzing or picking up on something that may not be there, because she'll be talking to me and I'll be thinking like, why is she calling me buddy so much?
No, dude, they're constantly manipulating and gaslighting you. You're not wrong to pick up on it, and they'll never admit it. They'll go to their grave, they'll look you right in the eyes, and they'll lie.
Yeah, or even there was one recently
when they say emotional intelligence, what they mean is you have to realize that I'm gaslighting you and handle it properly.
Yeah, like even recently, a woman hit me with homie, and I was like, "Well, this is like this is no chance."
So I recently, like, I've been talking to. I'll share a little bit of my personal life here. I'm no stranger to getting turned down by the ladies, but I was talking to Steph a lot, back and forth, and we were putting some plans together. And
Florida woman,
aka Florida woman, and had her on the show, which I thought was a success, and it was good for her to get on here. I think we have her back on in the future.
She should be a regular. That was so relaxing to just have her doing art during the show.
We talked, we're gonna have her turn her camera sideways so it takes up the full bottom of the screen instead of the vertical. She was a little bit worried. She didn't think you liked her. I was like, dude, his dog just passed away. You were fine. Everybody loved you.
I like her. Yeah, I like her a lot. I really appreciated the just having something to like look at.
Yeah. Well,
look at this kitty cat she's painting.
Yeah, I think it's soothing. It's great. It's good for her to get some chit chat for us, and I'm sure that everybody in chat loves her because she's so wholesome, and it makes me be more wholesome when I'm on the show, and it is a Christian podcast. But I had kind of like messaged her, asking her if she wanted to like hang out in a video and get to know one another, just to see if there was anything there.
Yeah.
And she very politely, I won't get into it because it's kind of personal, but she gave a very polite turn down to whatever. Nothing bad. I wasn't upset. She wasn't that. I didn't think anything of it. I was like, okay, no big deal. I don't know if I would like her like that, but you want to hang out with somebody to find out.
Yeah.
But I don't think girls are like that.
Do you want to go on a Zoom date?
Well, she lives in Florida. I live in New Hampshire. Yeah. So I was like, you want to just hang out and talk and get to know each other, but eye to eye.
Hey, look, rather than anything is possible.
And messages, right? And then just see if you like somebody. I'm mobile. Like I could move wherever I wanted to move. You know what I mean? We're both Mediterranean. You know what I mean? Like,
but isn't she's like an autistic femcell. So she's not talking.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Like, that's why I want to meet you. You want to meet each other to see what you're really like. Cause that's just online. But so that's not the point of it. So for me, like, I don't know if I like her, but I would want to hang out with her like one-on-one to see if I do. She says no, but I think women in their mind, they've kind of already made their mind up about people that they don't even know whether they like them or not. And now I'm just going back to, okay, she's not interested. I'm going to just go back to the projects we were kind of talking about, like the book and stuff. And I feel like now it's tainted because women think if you even say, hey, you want to see, and they're like, no, they think for the rest of like you move on, but in their mind, you like them for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And that goes back to what you're saying here with the buddy or the pal or whatever. I think they do that because you like say, hey, is there anything more than friends here? And they're like, no. And you're like, oh, okay. And you move on. But them calling you bro, dude, and buddy is them not moving on. It's them that can't let go of you.
I mean, in all fairness, I usually don't move on.
Oh, all right.
Like I'm deeply in love with them until they have to like, block my number.
Until Quinfinite cancels your OF. She's like, dude, look, I can't have you. Take your money back.
I'm constantly having to like drag myself back to reality with Quinfinite. Like anytime we have a little interaction on Twitter, I'm like, could this be? And then I have to go, well, probably, definitely not. But I am deeply in love with Quinfinite. Quinfinite, if you see this, if you hear this, please hit me up, DM me. I love you.
So this is my thing, and maybe it comes with age. So you guys are talking about how you during the comedian video that you guys were watching the other day that can remain nameless.
Oh, Natalie.
Yeah, and Lewis had a pretty funny but petty response to it. He just posted a crowd work thing of him getting heckling where he handles it really well on his page with no like.
The thing with that Natalie video was like painful to watch because it was like it was like, oh, you're about to get lambasted by the entire internet for this. This is not in any way make you look good. Which, like, maybe in the room, maybe in the room it felt different.
It was a girl power type thing and all that. But for people plugged into that universe, like you, me, like Robbie, and like all the other people that like that wasn't surprising to me at all. Like I was like, I'm surprised there's not 20 videos of her doing this.
I mean, I guess it's not surprising for her. Like, you know, if you know her a little bit, like if you've just seen her on podcasts, you go, this checks out. It's just like I would say, you know, like women, female, mental illness or whatever it is often just like completely unchecked and allowed to just grow and fester. Because if you're an attractive woman, you just get to succeed no matter what, and nobody ever like tries to stop you or tell you like, hey, this might be bad for you, or you know, nobody ever negates anything you ever want to do. And so like she probably like I don't know like how she perceives herself. I mean, you know, the couple times I talked to her, it's this constant. It seems like it's this thing where she hates herself and she's depressed and miserable, but then also she thinks she's awesome and a really great comedian and has all these followers. So I don't know what's going on there. That video was just like just a painful minute to watch.
There's also like no such thing as like bad PR, kind of, because you can, even if you parlay, if she gets a ton of traction on that, people will forget about it, and then she might actually be able to parlay that into more.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is like the effect it can have on your mental state, where you go, you know, just like succeeding or gaining followers or whatever, no matter what the means are. You know, you can look at it that way where you go like, yeah, this will lead to some further success no matter what, no matter how bad this looks or whatever it is. But then like you do also have to be like aware of your own, just like your own emotions, your own mental state, because like that kind of thing can like really you know, just mess up your whole thing, your whole self.
All those women, Jordan Jensen's, the Natalie Cuomo's, all those female comedians in the city that are on like all sorts of pharmaceuticals, they're like, I don't know, I just have anxiety problems. So you're like, yes.
Hey, Dave.
You know, 125-pound women are not supposed to be walking around alone in a city of multi-millions where you can get murdered and raped at any second.
Yeah, and here's like, the thing. You call them pharmaceuticals, they're, you know, I would say they're pharmaceuticals. You know what I'm saying? That's the real
I do call them that. I've been trying to get better, so people take me seriously. But like your natural instincts are telling you that like you can't survive in this atmosphere. You're getting anxiety and stuff. But instead of them leaving, they're like, well, I got to get on drugs then. So I'm on like 5 different types of drugs, and it's like, well, maybe you are like, I know you don't want to hear this, but maybe you're supposed to be living in a farmhouse surrounded by children and not dodging getting murdered in the middle of the city, telling fart jokes that no one's laughing at.
Well, yeah, and also like nowadays there's such a push for just like content, like constant content, and so like, you know, people now more than ever are like just giving so much of their lives on the internet. You know, just putting out so much of themselves to be consumed. That in itself can have a negative effect on your like just overall mental well-being. And then especially like if you're putting out like tons of just like personal shit, and then like these kinds of moments like this, just like content for the sake of building your platform or content. It's like, yeah, I mean, this might you know, and it's like, I guess because like I went through some version of this where you go, yeah, this might lead to more followers or more success, but like at what cost?
Yeah,
because it's driving me crazy.
I built a huge community on Facebook. Well, huge at the time for me. My personal account was like maxed at 5K, and I had a Liberty thing that was like at 50K, like a separate account. But I grew it in a very negative, like Rick Voss, Bobby Kelly type manner.
Yeah.
And by the time I would like log in every day, and I was like going through a breakup, and I would just log in and everybody's just making memes of my girlfriend like getting fucked by other guys underneath everything I did.
Bit.
And it's a good bit, but at the time you're just like, your mental health, you're just getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
Like every time you log on.
Oh,
So
I
like,
remember, dude, when we were doing the Loud Boys, I would torture myself. I would look at there was somebody made a subreddit, and I would look at the Loud Boys subreddit, and nothing there ever made me feel good. I don't know why I was even looking at it, but I would go look at that subreddit and just even if the post wasn't about me, it still just would give me this sick feeling to even be like what I was looking at. But then there were also a lot of posts about me and a lot about how much I suck and how I'm ruining the show.
Ruining the show that you're like the linchpin of.
Ruining a show that barely existed. Like
people,
everything shit moves so quick now.
It's just funny, like I mean, I like the show. Loud Boys was really good. It was a phenomenon. I'm sorry that had to go, but it's gave birth to the Crowder Boys, so that's good. But it's just funny. The show was small in the scheme of things. It was a cult following, but for somebody to start a Reddit and then complain about you, it's like, what does that say about you as the Redditor?
Yeah,
this is what you're.
But that's the nature of the internet. That's the nature of the internet. Is like that's why you have to. You either have to like have like a water off a duck's back kind of thing. Like if you're able to withstand that,
that's how I am.
Or you just have to like bury your head in the sand and go, I'll keep pursuing my dreams and then just pay zero attention to what anyone has to say.
It is funny how big haters have gotten because, you guys talked about this in the Crowder Boys, but there's people that have podcasts and YouTube channels making fun of comedians that are bigger than the comedians they're making fun of.
Sure. Yeah.
And yet people keep tuning in because they would rather tune in and watch somebody hate on those guys than go find comedians they actually like.
And I know Crack, and I've talked to Crack, and like I don't I don't know him like terribly intimately. We've never embraced or been slept together or nothing like that. But like we're friends, and so I kind of have like a good idea of where he is professionally and just in life. He's very talented, very funny guy, and it is weird like. Whenever he releases a song, he gets all this buzz, and then all these like channels will do a video where they like will comment on it or whatever.
Legion of Skanks opened up with his song this week for their episode.
Yeah,
they didn't even start with the podcast before the Legion of Skanks intro. They played Crack's new song and then the intro to Legion of Skanks.
Awesome. Yeah, and so like somebody like Joke World would do a video talking about it, and it's like Joke World on that one video probably will make more money than Crack makes all year, which is fucking infuriating because it's like, hey, look, Joke World, nice guy. Please consider us for the Jokies next year. We do want to win an award.
It's kind of like those people that make all the money without doing or owning anything.
I was just about to say Joke World might be, Jew World.
Yeah. It sounds like it. I will say, so I commented on it in whatever. I don't know Crack that well. I got a feeling he doesn't like me. I'm fine with that. I still like Crack. He cannot like me. It's not going to change how I feel about him. He doesn't know me enough to not like me as far as I'm concerned. If he doesn't, I don't have any, that's just my gut feeling on it. Yeah. But I commented on the video and he had liked it. But basically I just said, this is a really good song for him because the beginning part is just a rap song. He doesn't really, there's a couple of like comedian lines in there. And then he gets into the old school stuff where he attacks some comedians at the end. Yeah. So I think it was a good hybrid song for him because it like lets somebody who's looking for music to listen to it. So he's getting past just the making fun of comedians aspect, and he's actually getting to showcase some of his talent too. Yeah.
And I was very flattered to hear a little bit of my influence in there because that line he has about the key to the bathroom, that was a joke. That's like a joke I've been making for a while.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good thing.
Yeah. So I shout out to Crack. Crack deserves a lot of money. He should be getting paid more than Joke World and all these fucking clowns. But the world we live in, there's people who want to make all the money and own everything without having to do the actual work. And Joke World is one of them. What's the next thing?
Yeah. Again, about crack, I just because they're going in the chat again. I got nothing bad to say. I know he's busy. I'm not saying like he should be interacting or messaging me or whatever. It's just that we've never met. I just have a feeling that he doesn't like me.
That's probably true.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's nothing wrong. Some people don't like me. I don't like certain people. Like Lewis has a love-hate relationship with me too. And Colin Terrell has a love-hate relationship with me. There's a lot of people that don't like me. So it's fine. But I'm not going to stop having fun just because people don't like me.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's Kanye's whole philosophy as well.
Yeah. I speak for an audience of one, Dalton, and that's God.
So what's the what's the next
you know who hates black people the most? Black people. You know who kills most black people? Black people.
I'm thinking Kanye.
Is that your final answer?
Is that yay?
That is yay.
Yeah.
I just want to show you how beautiful this is aesthetically.
Double space, no punctuation.
Yes, like the thoughts and double space, all caps. Just
it was like reading the Cormac McCarthy book.
This lone U is kind of a little bit strange when it's up on screen like this. But I mean, it really is artistic when you reach like it would be. I think it would be a little bit better if maybe he could have gotten that U. Maybe if he just did U instead of YOU, the U would have been in front of the no. Yeah. And then you would have had black people at the end of both. But it is, I mean, I'm probably reading it into it too much, but it is artistic in the way that he
well, if you're typing that way now, where you're doing like the letter U and instead of no, you would just type NO and you're doing like the abbreviated version of things. That would just be a stylistic choice now for sure. Because back in the day, that was kind of a necessity when you had the T9.
Yeah.
When you had just the jitterbug phone, right? Because I remember several months ago, this rapper, he's also a director, Boots Riley. Are you familiar with him?
No.
He's a really talented filmmaker. He's a communist. He's a very good rapper as well. He's a part of a rap
What's
group.
His name? Boots
Riley. He's part of a rap group called The Coup, and he directed the movie with Lakeith Stanfield called Sorry to Bother You, which is really good. And
I see him here.
Yeah, he did a TV show recently that I haven't seen. It's called I'm a Virgo, but I hear it's pretty good. Anyway.
How old is he?
He's got to be in his 50s.
Okay, because I didn't know if this was like a choice or if this is actually how he looks.
But because
he looks kind of like he grew up in the 70s, but he could just be being a hipster.
I think I think that's like his like style, his choice. But he tweeted something several months ago that was typed out that way. It was like the number 2 instead of TO and all that shit.
Yeah.
And I just responded and I was like, did you tweet this on a Nokia? Yeah, I guess he didn't get it because he was like, no, Samsung. Why do you ask? And I was like, oh, just, never mind, man. Hey, I enjoyed the movie. The great movie. Sorry to bother you. Thanks for making that. That was a good movie.
Yeah. So I had tweeted out this it's a perception psychology question or whatever about a clock. And the question basically, you look at an analog clock, like the circular clock that has the numbers around it in the hands. And the question is, how many numbers are on the face of an analog clock? And there was 3 multiple choice, which is 10, 12, and 15. And I don't know if you want to answer, but there is no wrong answer. If you say 10, you look at it as individual numbers. 0 through 9 is 10, and sometimes they repeat when you make the number 10, 11, or 12, but there's still only 10 numbers on there. If you say 12, then you're counting 1 through 12, the actual numbers that are on the clock. And if you're saying 15, you're doing the 1 through 9, and then 2 for 10, 2 for 11, and 2 for 12 for a total of 15 different numbers.
By the way, I'm not zoning out. I'm trying to follow this.
Well, the idea of it is when you look at that, people perceive it different, and they perceive the question and the image differently. And most people say 12 because you just count like how many clocks. They take it very simplistically, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mathematic minds will be like 10, 0 through 9 is 10. And then other people say 15 because they start counting it all because they start overthinking it type thing. But there's no wrong answer. It's more of what yourself is. Anyways, the reason I say all this is I don't think Sal is necessarily dumb.
No.
I just think Sal's very pragmatic. So he's very like kind of literal, which makes
he would not know what that word means.
Very funny. So when you talk to Sal and you're saying stuff, the reason he's so funny is because he hears it literally and ciphers it and then repeats that back. And it's very funny because if you and Robbie are very conceptual.
Yeah.
So when conceptual people are talking with literal people, and you can meet in the middle. It's kind of funny looking at the confusion.
Sure.
So I don't think Sal, I just think Italians in general, maybe not all of them, but they do like construction and like cooking and family, very simple life.
Salt of the earth, yeah.
Yeah, because they're just very literal kind of people in that sense. They're probably not as obviously the Romans architecture and stuff with conceptual and like that. So I'm like, you have but I don't see, it's just funny to watch. You'll say something, he'll take it extremely literal. And I'm like, is this his gift? Is he a comedian savant, or is he actually
he's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's like, I don't think he's stupid. I think he's like, he can be very thoughtful, and if he applied himself, he could be like genuinely intelligent.
Yeah,
I think he's just lazy.
Well, this is not a good what's going on right now is not a good representation of Sal. He's in the shit. So he's got the 2 kids, the family, he's working the jobs. He's probably,
I guess it's not that he's lazy. He's not even lazy.
Yeah, it's probably just tired. Like, I've been so tired, depressed and everything that it's like just the thought of going to brush my teeth is like mind numbing.
Oh, dude.
And then you finally get to a point where you just like, you don't even think about it. You just walk in the bathroom and you brush your teeth. So when your whole life is just like, the kids and the wife and the blah, 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 and the podcast, and you're trying to make all this stuff work and you're getting pulled everywhere. I think he's just going through the shit right now.
Yeah, he has responsibilities, which I don't. But speaking of, because he can do the podcast when he can do it.
Yep.
And I love Sal, but for the Patreon, this is a good point. Pandatron says, guys, don't sleep on the Cornfed Patreon. I've been doing we've done 3 so far. I've been doing on the Cornfed Patreon. Me and Pandatron be doing a show now together. He for those of you if you don't know Pandatron, he called in on the first Crowder Boys call-in show, the first Arena of Ideas, and immediately was a star. And so we've been bringing him into the mix. Yeah. Robbie's had him on some streams. He's come back on the Crowder Boys, and then I've been doing like a more long form, just like podcast with him over on the Cornfed Patreon called Bamboo Fed, because he's Pandatron and this is Cornfed. So
everybody here probably already has done this, but you haven't. Head over to Pandatron's YouTube channel after the tonight's stream or tomorrow morning and listen to the Crowder Boys theme song that they wrote with him and Ken Wood. Really good. Give it a like, give it a comment, boost it up in the algo.
Yeah, we're gonna figure out how to actually get that to be the intro to the show. Because Pandatron and Kent Woods collaborated, made a really fun, really great song for the Crowder Boys. It's on Pandatron's channel. And me and him be doing a show now on the Cornfed Patreon. It's patreon.com/Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt.
So Panda mentioned me experimenting with me, you, and Sal on Cornfed. And I don't know. I don't think people find me funny. So I could be Dave Smith. You guys can all tune in just to say I'm not funny and take me off the show. And then that will.
But here's the thing though, is
Sal
like
and Dalton.
I'm the thing about being funny is like, who cares? First off, who gives a shit?
Yeah.
It's, we're talking about like doing something week after week, hours at a time. I'm sorry that that's not always going to be a laugh riot, but it's consistent. But also, I always feel like with being funny, the thing like to actually find anything funny just comes from like, I don't know what it is. I feel like you start talking and then you start saying things and then eventually organically something funny will happen.
Yeah.
And I feel like really just being funny comes from like a place of truth. Like people who try to be funny or trying to force it often are not that funny, and that's people pick up on that, and it can be very cringy. Whereas like you just kick back and start talking. Whatever happens. That's what Spike said on Cowboy Bebop.
I am censored on this show, so I think I would be a lot more fun and loose on a Cornfed that's not Christian based, because this is kind of supposed to be Bibles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like I try not to cuss. I know some people are here for the Bible stuff. I don't always do perfect at it or whatever, but I'm not as loose as I typically am in person on the show. I'm very reserved. So if you think I'm wild now, I'm very reserved on this show compared to how I am when I'm like hanging out with my boys or whatever. And I used to be the funny guy. And then as I got older, I went through a bunch of like philosophy stuff.
Now you're not the funny guy.
And now I'm not the funny guy. I turned into Dave Smith. Well, I think whatever. Everybody says this, but like Pandatron was doing some psychiatry on me. It's the exact opposite. It's not Arrested Development. It's that
some bigayatry.
I've been being bigayatry. Bigayatry.
Yeah,
but I got to a point where you do all this philosophy bullshit, and then you try to talk to it, and then no one's done any of it. So you're speaking a foreign language. But like, there's certain people like me and Brosa Smith, or even me and Troy or whatever, that have done some of the libertarian aspect of it, and we get really deep conversations because you're speaking a similar language. But you do sound like a lunatic, talking about trying to break down huge topics of information into a couple sentences. It's like opening a novel and reading like 3 sentences with no beginning and end. So I'm not offended.
Yeah, it's called Naked Lunch by William S. Burroughs.
I'm a water off a duck's back for me. So,
yeah. Speaking of language, by the way, I tweeted the name Kanye. Yep. Like I posted a tweet where his name was in it, and then on Twitter, it said it showed the translate thing. It offered to translate it.
Yeah.
Apparently, the word Kanye, according to Twitter, the translate function on Twitter is a Zulu word meaning once.
Wow. I'll believe that.
So, so what's the next?
All right, the next one is I'm starting a line of merch.
Okay. That's it?
Yep.
I think that's Kanye.
Nope. That is me. You finally got tricked. That's me quote tweeting this shit gateway thing saying, you ever heard jorts? Now get ready for juice.
Yes, jean shoes.
Yeah.
Which I would wear if they were New Balance.
Style's really interesting. Shane Gillis was making this joke on MS. Check out Shane Gillis, guys.
Yeah, folks.
Actually, Matt and Shane's podcast is back in full effect. But he was making this joke with one of
that's bad news for us, dude. I don't want that competition.
One of the black streamer comedians or whatever, guys. I don't know his name, but they were saying like black people have all the fashion or whatever, and the white people follow. And then Shane was like, "No, you guys follow us." It's just that we're 10 years in the future. Like you'll be 10 years from now, your New Balance will be cool or whatever.
Dude, I wear New Balance for function. Like I can't. There's no other shoe I can wear. Like any other shoe just kills my feet. And New Balance is the one brand that is like comfortable and works for me.
Oh yeah, dude. You have
I got bad feet.
Chicken talon feet, dude.
Yeah, I have like really bad feet, but yeah, so like New Balance is like the one brand of shoe I found that like fits and I can like walk and jog and all that comfortably in.
Yeah. I had really bad bunions from wearing too tight of shoes and doing it as sports for so long. About a decade ago, I started running barefoot and everything and buying these really wide minimalistic shoes.
Yeah.
Women hate them because they don't look good. I look shorter because I don't have any prop up. I'm standing on the ground, but my feet splayed out. They got like much better, like how they like my toes started to go out like this and grip the ground again.
Yeah.
And my feet healed. But so I wear like I think they're called Lems. They're like vegan minimalistic shoes.
Oh.
And so when people see me in them, people don't know what to make of me because I'm like a dirty hippie, but I'm also like toting a gun, but I'm also like libertarian, so they don't know where.
Dude, my just like walking around like house and walking around shoes.
Yeah.
Are not even shoes actually, because they're like $60 and I buy a new pair like every few months.
Yeah.
It's these like hard sole North Face slippers. And so like the actual like material of the slipper looks like a North Face jacket. You know what I mean? And then it's like a hard sole.
It's not better just to walk around barefoot, or you can't?
I can walk around barefoot. I don't like getting my feet all dirty, and like if I go outside, you know, I'll step on something. So like having like a hard sole, it's like the best of both worlds, where it's like I have a hard sole, but it's also like a slipper, so it's very comfortable.
Oh, you're a white. I forgot you're white. You wear your shoes in the house.
I'd be wearing shoes in the house.
Yeah. This is why I'm not white, because I don't wear shoes in the house. Shoes come off. Yeah. Mediterranean, Portuguese, all that stuff. So as soon as I get in the house, I'm either barefoot, or because I knew it was going to be a little chilly tonight. I do have slippers that don't wear that much.
Well, I'll walk around barefoot. Like I don't mind being barefoot. It's just
doesn't it feel so much better for your feet?
My feet get all fucking dirty though. Like they'll just pick up all the dust and dirt off the floor.
Gotcha. I don't. There's no dirt that's getting tracked in because I don't have shoes. Oh, you also have. Well, we won't get into, but you have pets and stuff too.
Yeah, so
in parts unknown. Yeah,
yeah, and I mean I don't know. The slippers are also just comfy. They're just like keep my feet warm.
Yeah, they do the exact opposite. I like my feet cold. When I put slippers on in the house, I understand house shoes, but like I don't know. I like to be barefoot.
But the best thing about these North Face shoes is like my feet fit in them, and it's like a slipper kind of material, so that like they stretch and breathe, and they have a hard sole. So like if I need to go out and do anything, I can't. They're good walking around shoes also. Yeah. Like you can't do, you wouldn't be able to go jogging in them or do anything too strenuous. But like if I just need to go out and have a night on the town, I can walk around in my North Face slippers. And it looks like I'm wearing a jacket on my feet. Actually, it looks like oven mitts. It looks like I'm wearing oven mitts on my feet, but they're very, very comfortable.
I think it would actually be hilarious if Kanye, because he's getting into socks and shoes for a while now, if he did release some shoes like this, they were jean shoes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. What's the next thing?
We're almost there with this bit. We're almost there. Blacks take shit out on whites. Whites take shit out on blacks, and the Jews hide in plain sight.
That's Kanye. That's so overt that has to be Kanye.
You sure it's not me? I'm just saying this makes me look tame. I'm actually bringing up some history and some experience.
It is cool because he has over like $2 billion. So like what he can just do whatever you like. This is actually like inspiring because it's like, oh yeah, I guess you can get to a place if you get, if you're wealthy,
he's got real fuck you money,
independently successful and wealthy enough, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
This is a cool way to live as a billionaire.
yeah, dude. What's Joe Rogan? Remember a couple of years back, he's like, "What was the point of fuck you money if you can't say fuck you?"
But he doesn't. He's a pussy.
Yeah,
he toes the fucking party line, and definitely like kowtows to.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, yes, he definitely does. He doesn't allow you to tell jokes on his comedy podcast.
It feels like he's constantly like trying to butter up to like certain people. Like he's trying to be in the good graces of like like Trump or whoever. Like he does not I don't know. He doesn't
right?
he doesn't behave in a way or present.
He was a Bernie bro for a while, and now he's he claims he's not on his side, but he's more like Trump RFK now.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Joe Rogan does not behave in any way that like registers to me as like fuck you.
Yeah, I will say
very much like he wants to be in the
he's corporate Joe. I don't know if he chose the party line, but he's definitely corporate Joe. The reason I wouldn't say he was because it wasn't too long ago that he was a Bernie bro. Now he's kind of like Trump and RFK, but like I don't really see him as like, I mean, I don't know. I don't see him as a Republican. But I never really saw him as like a Democrat either.
He shouldn't be political. I think
his Bill Burr, and we like this has been another talk in another realm of whatever. But Bill Burr has kind of like been leaning left, or a lot of people think he's like makes more jokes towards the right and white people than he does towards the left and like other stuff. And Colin Terrell was trying to
black pussy do to a motherfucker.
Figure out why. And it's like it's hard to explain, but I do get why people are kind of like upset with Bill Burr. Like
his was another one.
Whatever. I just do think he's clearly has topics that he stays away from too, that he's corporate on.
His was another that was like a Eric Matthews college years situation where when I first saw his wife, I was like, wait, you can do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for him. He seems happy. They got children. Matt McCusker and his wife. Matt McCusker has a black wife, if you didn't know that, and 2 black daughters. They make sense to me. When you see them together or whatever, they don't look like opposites. They look like they should be together. But Bill Burr and Nina, I don't feel the love with them. It feels like they got into this.
It's because he's such a pasty, angry Boston guy that you can. I don't know him personally. I only know him as like his performance. Whether it's on a stand up or a podcast or a movie. But it's just like he comes across to me as like I couldn't imagine like what woman somebody like this would be with.
Well, even this photo that I had up earlier with these two, like. I don't look at them and say, oh, that's an interracial relationship. I just look at them and like they look like they should be together.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like
he has money. She's a woman.
Yeah. To me, like I understand that Kanye's black. Obviously, you look at him, but he kind of transcends blackness to me. I just like, yeah, that's Kanye. Oh yeah, he's black.
Damn, he's the new OJ. Because remember OJ said he's like, I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Yeah, so and then
Kanye's like, I'm not black, I'm Kanye.
And then she's, I guess, white, but like if you told me she was like a mix of whatever, I would believe that too.
Well, I mean, she does look like, so much like Kim Kardashian that it's like, yeah, I guess she's also Armenian. Like if you told me she was some sort of Middle Eastern, I'd be like, yeah, sure.
Oh, she's also Armenian. So maybe this is.
No, I don't know. I don't know if this. I don't know what this.
I was going to say what I'm really surprised about with Kanye and the Armenians, and maybe this is where he's getting some of it from. they had some genocides that you can't even talk about with the Armenians.
Sure. The only person talking about him is Serge Tankian, the lead singer of System of a Down. He's the only person. Dude, if you go on Twitter, everybody's talking about the Palestine and Ukraine, all that. And then if you look at Serge's Twitter feed, he's just tweeting about what's going on in Armenia, between Armenia and Azerbaijan right now. And literally no one even gives a shit.
Yeah. There's so like that's the other thing too. Like when you say there's a certain people that run the media, right? It's not just the bias that they do, but it's also the stuff they don't show that you'll never see. So like there's lots of causes that are trying to get on, but there's certain causes that get brought to the forefront and get the attention and everything. You know, and we're changing that with decentralization of money in the internet and all this stuff. So like you can go find the stuff. So it's us to blame as individuals because we have to go out and search these good people.
Yeah, and everybody who be complaining every time I talk about crypto gets brought up, it goes beyond just the money. The crypto represents the decentralization of the mind itself as we come together as a global community and set to free ourselves from the shackles of Jewry.
Preach.
All right, what's the next thing?
All right. One thing you have to understand about Jewish DNA is that I can't even read this. One thing you have to understand about Jewish DNA is they like to intensely thin their own herd. Getting kicked out of 109 countries and being slaughtered along the way is an evolutionary strategy to only keep the most cunning and intelligent individuals in the tribe. It's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, well, this contains too many statistics to be anyone other than you, Dave.
Yeah. When I was going to read it, I was like, these are so clearly who they are.
Yeah, these are like very distinct. Like you include like stats and try to have facts and all that. Kanye is pure emotion, and then me, I'm like not even being serious with anything I'm tweeting most of the time.
When I look at this stuff, I realize that we're animals for the most part, right? And they have a pretty good evolutionary strategy going on for their species, you know? And every couple of years they get themselves wiped out, and then they just get smarter, more intelligent, and they like condense all the intelligence, and all the people that are weak kind of get, taken out of their tribe through what goes on, and then they just become stronger. So from a pure like evolutionary standpoint of us all being primate monkeys, bipedal primate monkeys, they're doing a hell of a job of keeping the really good DNA within their species,
Mm-hmm.
So
interesting choice of words
during this
talking about Kanye, and you're talking about monkeys.
That's the thing. So I remember I had gone to dinner with my friends that they were like acquaintance to the Libertarian Party, and like they humor me. And we were at thing, and I had said very loudly in mixed company, it was Christmas Eve, and we were at a Chinese restaurant with like 20 people from my Facebook group. And I said, but I can't stand there. They're a bunch of low IQ monkeys. And everybody's like forks dropped, and there's like crickets chirping. Oh, wait, where's it? But to me, I'm like, well, we're primates, but everybody else is the racist that immediately think black people when I said low IQ monkeys. I'm thinking we're all primates from the ape families,
Sure.
So it's how it's perceived. It's not me when people hear that. So
okay.
All right. Women verbally abuse men all the time, but we never bring that part up.
That's Kanye.
Yeah, that is Kanye. This bit's kind of getting old.
Yeah, I think it probably got old.
All right. Here's the last one. I've never heard a man bitch and moan so much about all his dreams coming true.
That's me. I remember that. Yeah, because that's I was talking about Nick Mullen.
Yeah. Somebody. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, this is you replying to "I love to smile, the coolest dudest yet." Yeah.
Because Nick announced that he's like done with the Adam Freeland show or whatever,
Yeah.
and it does. I mean, yeah, that's been something that's just obnoxious about him as a entertainer, I suppose. Is like, if you're tuning into these shows that he's doing, and everybody can see that he's very successful, all things considered. Um, Definitely, has independently wealthy. Good, great things have happened for him, and he's done a lot of fucking bitching and moaning and complaining
Yeah.
for a guy who not too long ago was living like in squalor. So that's just where it's like a perspective thing. I mean, it's a perspective thing where you look at I look at my own life and I go, well, if I had his success, sure, I'm sure there's things I would still want for myself, or I feel like I'm lacking or coming up short in some ways, but then I would still have to, be able to go, this is great actually. What a great life I'm living. And then for him to be like so fucking miserable that he has to leave a podcast he's barely putting any effort into anyway. It's like, all right, well, that lack of gratitude is going to put you right back with living with the rats and the doo doo and the doo doo.
Yeah, I mean, but you and me know this pretty well, and I mean, he struggles with obviously mental illness as well. But your happiness comes from like you got to find it. So he's in this place where like it's similar to like we were talking about the meme coins, where he was like, oh, all I got to do is get rich, make money, and be funny, and then I'll be happy.
Yeah,
And then he gets there and he's like, oh, I'm still not happy. So if you defer your gratification, you start realizing, you defer your happiness, you start realizing, oh, I got to find my happiness here in the moment and then bring it with me where I go. Yeah, he is. I used to be more than acquaintances with Nick Mullen, no homo, and he is a very he's cold. I mean, he's like me in a lot of ways, but he's cold, but he's also like aloof, and then he's just like I don't want to say anything bad. I do think he has mental health things. He's just not like, I don't know. He's probably a people pleaser, even though it doesn't seem like it. Or maybe he's just a complete asshole.
No, I mean, I've had a couple interactions with him. He was very nice. Like when you like meeting him in person, he was a very nice guy. I just, I don't know. As somebody who currently has nothing, like I don't have like the life I want. I would like money. I need more money, all that. To see somebody who did achieve like a lot of success doing something really fucking stupid and low effort, and to see him like continually be miserable through that, I'm like, it would truly, something my dad would always ask me, what do you have to be sad about?
Yeah, I do agree. The juxtaposition or whatever, the devil's advocate of the thing is, where you set out to be kind of like what you were talking about earlier. You set out to be a stand-up. Now you've come to grips with, oh, I can make more money, have a better time, and live wherever I want, being a podcaster.
Sure.
And having fun with my friends, which is kind of all I wanted. He didn't reach his dreams.
Sure, but I mean, most people get nothing.
I'm not saying I understand. I totally understand. I'm just trying to be empathetic towards what could be going on with the individual, because for me, I am in a place where I was like, okay, I need money so I can breathe, all this stuff. And then I started like working really hard at Amazon, and it grew and it grew and grew, and I was making all this money and I was still unhappy. So I had to cut it way back and like start working out again, going for hikes. And it's like, oh, I don't care about having this much money a month. I'd rather make less money and hang out with my friends, play some poker, be a dipshit. I'd rather drive a 2007 car and be able to take 45 days off and drive it across country than to drive a nice car, but I'm afraid to take it out in the mud or whatever. So until you kind of understand that about yourself, which I don't think he's reflected on, you're going to be in a negative spot. I understand what you're saying about being appreciative. He's got everything, and but it's not about the money. Like, the money doesn't make you appreciative.
No, I get that. I don't know. I get that everybody has their own, like, whatever sucks about their life. So it's like, it's that thing where even in my position, I could look at like some fucking third world country, some African child with a distended belly who's starving.
Yeah.
That's not gonna make me feel better. You know what I mean? To just look at somebody and be like, oh, his life sucks, and now all of a sudden I'm grateful for everything I have. I just look at it and go, well, that sucks. But the shit that I think sucks about my life still sucks.
Yeah. I'm not going to be patronizing about it. And I'm not like multimillionaire or anything like that, but it's similar to what Jim Carrey said. He's like, I wish everybody could get like all their money and all their dreams come true so they could realize that that's not the answer.
Yeah. But that's just life. Like, that is like a big part of life is like pursuing things and then realizing the thing you were pursuing is not what you actually wanted, or I don't know, the journey continues. It's like, oh brother, where art thou? You know,
since we're doing the Christian the Bible thing, it's like it's about the Bible. It's about this being the servant. It's about the day in and the day out where you're going to get that gratitude and that happiness. So for me, I had all these boxes like a video game growing up where I was like, oh, I'll do this, this, and this, and check this off, and this, and this. And as soon as I finish all this stuff, I'll be happy. And then you start realizing it's more like a resource where you have to do all these things so that you are living happiness.
Sure.
And, like I said, he has enough money. Here's one thing I will agree. He has enough money that he should have been able to hire somebody or a therapist or a plan or something. He has enough time where he's sitting around that he should be able to figure this out and figure out happiness. And he's not doing that. That's one thing that money gives you, is a shit ton of time to figure out how to correct these issues. Yeah.
But I don't know him. So like, God bless Salud. God bless the Mullen. I just, he does bitch and moan a lot about, but I do too. So
for old school Come Town fans, I was brought up on the show quite a few times when Nick and I used to talk about. One of the times that was the funniest though was he brought me up and he said, Dave, and Stav said, who, Dave? And Adam said, Dave Wright. And Nick followed up, Wright's child porn. So that was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good. Right. It's just funny to take that and say Wright's child porn. So like, really, it's like the worst insult you could attach somebody to, but also like, who's writing child porn?
For all the female pedophiles, you know how women be reading porn.
Yeah. And then, I guess if you're reading it, you can turn it all into child porn if you wanted to. It's the mind's eye, right?
That's true. The imagination knows no limits.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. I think about that often when I go into the spank bank.
You think about child porn?
Well, yeah, kind of. When I go into the spank bank, I think about like sometimes in high school, some experiences that I had with young ladies. And there is no age in the world, the imagination.
Yeah, I think me and Craig have talked about that. Where like, there's girls you went to high school with that you think about them now, but as they were in high school, like when you knew them, and you go and then you're like, well, what is that? I guess it's a thought. It's like a trolley problem. I guess you're not like even experiment.
Yeah, but even when you're imagining, like my imagination is not that good, Your Honor. Like, so there's colors and shapes that really I'm trying to get into a feeling. I'm trying to release some chemicals in my brain, so I can't really pinpoint exactly what's going on. I'm
Yeah,
kind
I
of
guess,
like
and that's
making up the
also
story.
that also speaks to like the philosophical sort of quandary of like each of us perceives the world in the way we individually perceive it. So there's no real way to know
Yeah.
like how anyone like what anyone's mind is doing, right? It's
Yeah.
like, is the red that I see the same as the red you see? And it's
Yeah.
like, is the child porn that I see the same as the
In
child
my mind,
pornography that
in
you
the
see?
theater of my mind,
Yeah.
the same. It is an interesting, dicey, response. And then as we go global, it's interesting because, like, we have all this stuff going on with deportation and everything. When you have cross cultures living globally, there's different cultural things going on. I don't travel outside the US much. And even when I travel within the US and the laws change, I'm busy doing my own thing. But like, it's kind of crazy how different some cultures are to what the culture we're used to here. Because we hear
Yeah.
18 in other countries, there's like there's already been 5 years passed, and they're like, oh no, like, they get different rules, which is kind of creepy. I used to not think like that. I was like, yeah, when I'm 50, if I end up meeting a 22-year-old, I don't see any problem with that. But now that I'm 50 and I talked to a 22-year-old, like my waitress at the casino the other day,
Yeah.
I'm like, this is a child. This is a dumb, retarded child with big, huge C cups in my face.
Hell yeah.
It's like she doesn't even know what's going on. And when I was like very of the flesh, I was looking to like for fornication. But now that I've like matured and I got some wisdom or whatever, and I'm looking for like that partner that I was talking about earlier, the strengths that has the strength where my weaknesses are, you start seeing women completely different. And not to bring up Florida woman again, but when I look at her craziness, I don't necessarily see an autistic femcell. I kind of, in my mind, I'm like, would that be fun for a child to be raised? Would a child be raised in that atmosphere, come up loving and caring and thankful that was their mother? Where
Sure.
a decade ago, I'd be like, "What are her titties? Go take your clothes off. Show me that bee sting on the small of your back again."
Mhm.
You know. And
Yeah.
so
A
I
lot of
look at
women
women through a
I
different
am
lens now that I'm old. That I'm older. I'll be
that sort
50 in
of
March. I'm 49. I'll be 50 in March.
that sort of feral horniness you're talking about, I do associate with like immaturity. And so you know how like so many women now be posting the titties and butt cheeks and thirst traps and all that on
Yeah.
Twitter. I'm astounded like at how many I find out are like well into their 30s. I'm like, yo, you are too old to be
Yeah.
posting this kind of shit.
You're too old to be turning me on. If you're
Yeah.
over 29, start covering it up. It's gross.
I mean, I'm not even one
You
of those
looking at a
guys.
35-year-old,
I'm
and I
not
love that
even.
fella.
I'm not one of the guys where I'm like a woman loses her value or any of that shit. I just like when I see like if there's an account follower where she's been posting like sultry, risque photos, sometimes even like full on nudes, and
Yeah.
then there'll be like a reveal at some point where she's like, oh, it's my birthday today, happy 37. I'm like, yo,
Yeah.
you gotta cut this shit out.
I block a lot of that stuff. And when you guys were all talking about like all the porn you find, I was like, oh, I never see it. I didn't realize, or I just wasn't using the feature. I was going through the people I follow and then the people that follow me or whatever. And I was just kind of looking at that. I went to trending when Kanye was doing that stuff just to see what was going on and click. And yeah, it is. Every fourth one is just like hardcore porn. And you're
Dude,
like, this is
it's
ridiculous.
so
Isn't this
much
site
porn.
13 plus? This shouldn't be here.
There's so much porn, dude.
I blocked like 20 things, and it's just more of it comes up. So
And
it's like
it's
you're
also
in a constant
algorithmic.
battle with the devil in your biology if you're in there, because it triggers my brain, and I'm like, as soon as I see it, I'm like, oh man, sex is good. I want sex.
Yeah.
And
It
then
does
your whole
feel
day is
good.
shot. The next hour is shot. You either have to go take care of yourself or go for a run or ignore it. And now you're just ignoring like the urge for an hour,
Yeah.
and you've lost your train of thought.
Yeah, it's also it's algorithmic, so it's like it depends on what you interact with. So for me, it went away for a little while. Like for a minute there, I was just seeing like hot takes and jokes and
Yeah.
clips of whatever, and then but
All my
then like
stuff is just Jake Shields, Kanye,
yeah,
Dan Bilzerian, and
but
now this new
then
guy, Bryce.
yeah, but then like I guess I got horny again one day and I went and looked at some like thirst trap accounts. And
Yeah.
now my feed is back to just like hardcore, anal sex
Yeah.
and all manner of debauchery and demented carnal pleasures. It's
One
a nightmare. It's a prison. What is this that you got? What is this?
let me give this so friend of the show, Lily Abernathy. Do you know what she's doing right now?
I saw something. I haven't made the time to watch. I got to catch up.
So this
She
is like,
Lily's great. Everybody, please check out podcast.
yeah.
I got to catch up on it.
So this is a little bit sexier side of Lily. She's been getting a little sexual lately. So if you guys a little bit concerned and she's not covered up here, but Lily is trying to find a Valentine's Day date for Dalton.
Yeah, let me watch this.
And so we can watch some of this here. But just so you know, Lily is dressed a little bit provocative for a Christian show. So cover your eyes if you don't want to see her being provocative.
We'll end on this. Let's watch this and
heirs of House Atreides,
Ooh.
spice harvesters of Arrakis, and anyone blessed to witness the journey that is Dalton Lee Pruitt's life, we've got a mission today. It's
she
not
changed
a
her
small
profile
one,
picture to something.
We need to find Dalton a new e-girl. That's right. The Kwisatz Haderach, the corn daddy himself, has found himself adrift in the digital dating sea after the great Diet Coke whore situation fizzled and went flat. No shade to DCW, we love you. But like any true
the writing
friends,
is really good.
We're here to help him navigate those stormy waters by enabling him in every possible way when it comes to digital love. And honestly, we're proud of that.
I'm such a hornball. I'm
in the Amazon,
literally checking
surrounded
out
by bass drops and glow
claymation
sticks,
avatar.
doing my part to find the perfect e-girl for Dalton. First, let's pour one out for Diet Coke whore. Their on-again, off-again, completely real online relationship.
The best was the earlier thing when you catch it said it fizzled out.
She is the queen of sarcastic tweets, putting creepy men on blast and asking for $20, and he was the king of passionately being horny. They radiated the kind of energy that powers late-night Reddit threads. It was a match made in X, formerly Twitter heaven, and honestly, we loved every second of it. But all good things, and all extremely niche, borderline performance art relationships
I got a little cameo.
Must come to an end. So here we are, looking for the next chapter in Dalton's e-love saga. Let's set some ground rules for Dalton's future e-girl. After all, we've learned some valuable lessons from this recent era. The ideal candidate must possess a tolerance for existential whimsy. Dalton's entire vibe can be summed up as, what if the Bucky's beaver came to life and started philosophizing about the duality of man, much like a Cenobite pondering their existence in the labyrinth? If she's not ready to roll with that kind of energy, she's not the one. An appreciation for comedy. She must appreciate why a seemingly nonsensical ramble ends up being the smartest thing in the room, weaving niche references into everyday conversation effortlessly, or having huge tits also works. A taste for DeFi lingo. If she can't appreciate the intricacies of AI Diglett penis coin, the thrill of discussing decentralized exchanges, or pretend to with the occasional, that's great love, it isn't going to work. Dealing with his manliness. She must be ready to field his late-night enthusiasm for tasteful, provocative requests. Perhaps match it with a playful surprise that keeps the conversation flowing.
What are you getting into tonight?
I was waiting for that. It turns a Magikarp splash into a hydro pump. Bonus points for musical knowledge. If she can explain the plot of Coheed's Armory Wars, or knows the unhinged genius behind groups like the Mars Volta and At the Drive-In without skipping a beat, we might have a winner. slide into his DMs with your favorite Primus songs, thirst trap selfies, and any meme coin or crypto leads. We need everyone on board for the task of finding Dalton's next e-girl. It's a community effort. Every viral shit post, every irreverent thread, every 2 a.m. rant that shows signs of BPD, these are the signals that point us to someone who's proudly and unapologetically, terminally online. So to all the viewers and listeners, keep your eyes peeled. We're counting on you to send in leads and scout potential candidates. Dalton's new e-girl is out there somewhere, waiting to be found, and together we'll make it happen. Good luck to everyone.
Having an emotional breakdown right now
follow
from
or subscribe
the attractiveness of the new avatar.
This is Lily Abernathy signing off from the middle of the Amazon, high as shit on LSD.
Yeah, guys, so Lily's got a couple, I think one other video about this, trying to find Dalton an e-girl for Valentine's Day. And there might be another video coming out as well. So I got a question.
Yes.
Let's rewind this. So I got a feeling that Lily Abernathy is actually a dude. So it's actually a dude that makes these videos. But it could be a woman. We don't know. The online persona is different than the real life persona. But this being attracted to this avatar brings up a lot of crazy emotions for me. Because it's a fake image. But also, if a dude made it, is that gay?
I don't know. I don't want, the mystery is like part of the allure. So I don't want to know like what the actual truth is. I'm happy just with the, this is Lily. Lily's hot.
No, I don't want to know the thing, but I'm just saying, like, it is kind of creepy how your your biological thing in your intercepting that is difficult.
Yeah.
We never even went through the peanut butters, by the way. Just to rank the peanut butters. So this is let's see. This is the one that I do. I do Teddy peanut butter, smooth, unsalted, but sometimes I do the crunchy. So I do that. It's just peanuts with salt sometimes. But this right here, this looks like something you would have in your fridge.
The goober, no.
The goober.
That was purchased several times as I was growing up, but it was never anything I requested. That was something that I remember being in the house here and there.
I bet you, is this Reese's peanut butter one got chocolate in it?
No, that's just Reese's brand peanut butter, which is not what you think it is. It's not the same kind of peanut butter that's in a Reese's peanut butter cup. Hold on real quick. By the way, thank you to Lily Abernathy. Everybody be sure to follow podcast. I got to catch up on her show, but that was very flattering. So everybody, please help me find a new electronic girlfriend.
I thought it was good. I think it presented you in a good light. I didn't know if you were going to take offense to a couple.
No, she's awesome, and she's always been like very complimentary, and even if she busts my balls here and there, says something kind of a joke, whatever joke she wants to make about me, she's cool. So no, I take no offense to anything she does. But as far as peanut butter goes, we'll wrap up with peanut butter.
It is Black History Month, everybody. So
yes.
Here's another one. There's the other Teddy.
They went hard on this growing up in school. This was like the thing for Black people was George Washington Carver discovered peanuts.
Yeah.
They made it sound like he invented peanuts. Like they were like, yeah, he found the first peanuts and then he turned them. Yeah. But
he did so many things with peanuts, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I get like my go-to peanut butter if I'm at the store picking out a peanut butter would be just the the crunchy Skippy. Like I would just get the regular crunchy Skippy. I know that I guess the natural shit is supposed to be better, what you're supposed to buy if you're looking for quality. I hate that oil. I'm not trying to stir that up. I'm not trying to mess with that.
Stirring it up it's the sound that you don't like. You get the.
I don't like that sound, and it's just a pain in the ass. I hate to have it. when I open up a thing of peanut butter, I want to be eating peanut butter. I'm not Amish. I'm not trying to churn it and do the work, you know. So yeah, I like just the regular like crunchy Skippy. But I mean the Jif is good. The Peter Pan brand is good. As far as like there isn't like a brand of peanut butter I would say
This was really good. So I used to do, before I switched away from these oils, before, when this was not, this is like seed oils and stuff in it now, but the original Jiffy Whip, before they added corn syrup and when it was actual sugar and it was whipped peanut butter, this was really good. It was like like whipped cream cheese compared to like regular cream cheese. So that was really good.
Yeah.
But I've had like all of these at one point. I'm just stuck on the Teddies. I do Justin's once in a while, but I do Justin's almond there more. Yeah.
Yeah. And the peanut butter company or whatever, they make a lot of like cool variants. Like they have a like cinnamon raisin peanut butter that's good and like all that kind of stuff. But as far as like just peanut butter goes, I'm a simple man. I enjoy just a standard crunchy peanut butter.
So you're crunchy over smooth.
I like the crunchy. I like having some texture. I like having a little, a little kickback. I like the crunchy.
I will get one of each jar, and I used to think that I liked them equally, but I've realized that I like smooth unsalted the best. Oh, so how you gonna be putting nuts in your mouth, Dalton?
I prefer the crunchy.
Yeah.
And I guess my go-to brand is Skippy for no reason though. Like any brand, like even just like a generic crunchy is fine with me.
This looks like this one here. This looks like TJ Miller's brand. It's not, but TJ Miller has a peanut butter brand. He was selling it at Skankfest, but it comes in jars like this.
TJ's
and it's got flavors like you were saying.
Oh. Now that one you pointed out, that Goober, the mix, the peanut butter and jelly mixed together already, sucks. It's not good. And I remember it being in the house a few times, but it was never something I wanted.
Yeah.
And I remember eating it and thinking it was gross and like what, like why not just get peanut butter and jelly and make the sandwich?
Did you watch Mr. Show on HBO?
Yeah.
With David Cross and the guy from Sal, Better Call Saul.
Yeah, Bob Odenkirk.
Yeah, Bob Odenkirk. They had, they would do a skit and there'd be a commercial, and then they do a skit and another commercial where it's like, where the skits would run into one another.
Yeah.
There's one particular episode where they did a commercial, and so it was a skit, but then at the end, like the guy goes in the refrigerator and he's like, "Do you like mayonnaise? And do you like mustard? Then you're gonna love this new thing." And it was this, but it was mustard and mayonnaise.
Yeah.
And then like in one jar. And then as the show goes on, it's like, do you like mustard and mayonnaise together? And you've tried whatever, but you like more mustard than you like mayonnaise? Then you're gonna and so then the next one is like the mayonnaise with the mustard, but it's extra mustard in the mix.
Yeah, like
and then it keeps going further and further and gets more obscene until the last one's just mustard. Yeah.
And they actually, that's like an actual thing now. There's a like Heinz has like the mayo chop where it's mayonnaise and ketchup together. Yeah, but that shit like that, even as a kid, whenever that Goober peanut butter and jelly jar would be in the house, I remember even as a kid thinking like, how hard is it to just get a jar of peanut butter and a jar of jelly and then combine them yourself the way you want. And the thing with the mix, the Goober, is it's a shitty version of both. The peanut butter sucks and the jelly sucks.
Yeah, it's definitely it's not even jelly. Well, it is jelly. It's that really cheap, like gelatinous clear. It's not like a preservative where there's seeds in it.
I would say jelly is something like peanut butter. I'm fine with any crunchy. Yeah. Jelly is something that I like. Obviously, I could eat any jelly, But when I go to the store and I'm like buying, I want to get like some fancy shit.
Yeah, I get the preserves.
Dude.
Yeah, in like a short little glass container.
Yeah,
it looks handwritten.
Like $6 or $7.
Yeah. Those are really good. I like the blackberry. I'll get the blackberry or the wild blueberries.
Yeah, because like the thing of just like Welch's grape jelly, like the really like cheap,
it's almost clear. It's not even like fruit in it.
It's not good to me.
It's like purple gelatin.
Yeah, if that's all there is, of course I'll. Yeah, if I want a PB&J and it's like, well, that's all there is, I'll eat it.
Yeah.
But like my preference of jelly is the good shit, the preserves, raspberry preserve, strawberry, blackberry, mixed berry, apricot.
Yeah. We might be eating the same brand. I like a fig every now and again, just for my Mediterranean heritage. What's really good, I do miss some things, but now, so I do eat some seed oils once in a while. It's nice to get a bagel, and I'll get vegan butter, which is usually like got canola oil or some bullshit in it. But a nice fried bagel, dude. Have you ever fried a bagel instead of toasted it?
No.
Oh, dude, you put like butter in a pan and you fry the thing so it gets super fucking crispy, and soaks up all the butter into the juices. Then you put some peanut butter, some jelly on top of that, and you're getting this. You don't deep frying it; you're just frying both sides in butter, and then you're getting crispy stuff, and the inside of the bagel absorbs a lot of the fat.
Yeah. Really I have cooked a PB&J before where I've like toasted it on a skillet.
Instead of a grilled cheese.
When that peanut butter gets warm and it starts like dripping off the top, like, that's really good.
I used to have one of the sandwich makers where you put the bread on the bottom and then the stuff, and then we push it down. And not a panini maker. It's basically a panini maker for poor people, but it just takes the bread and it slices it in the middle.
Yeah.
So then you make peanut butter and jelly of that when you the middle part would get crispy and then the peanut butter would drip out with the jelly. That was good.
Yeah. What does this mean? Thank you for the money. $5 from Robbie's third cousin. Shout out GWC. Thanks, brother.
GWC. Who's GWC? Gay witch
cunts. Wigger cracker.
Yeah. GWC.
Yeah.
I must have missed something.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. I had something else I wanted to ask you about the peanut butter.
Panatron said Jig Extra Crunchy was my name in high school. Because he's
Yeah.
GWC, George Washington Carver.
Yes. Hell yeah. Shout out to George Washington Carver and Black History Month.
Yeah.
We're 9 days in. Are you doing anything? We want to do anything special next weekend for Valentine's Day?
Valentine's Day?
For the show? Christian Valentine's Day?
Maybe
we'll do Saint Valentine is a pretty bad saint to bring up.
I'm gonna call Dot Cocor and beg her to take me back.
Live on the show?
Yeah, live on the show.
I gotta do. I feel like because I've been inside for the winter now. You remember in Costanza, in the Seinfeld episode where he's just like he's hitting rock bottom and he's like, Jerry, not only do I not have a girlfriend, I have no prospects.
Yeah.
Dude, that's the worst feeling when you're and they do smell it on you or you just get happy or whatever, because as soon as you get one and you go out into the world, the whole world opens up to you. And then as soon as you lose one, you must just stank of failure because you go into you have to start all over again.
Yeah.
We had look we
didn't Kanye tweeted an hour ago, all caps, legalize prostitution.
All right, let's end this. We're gonna do a prayer, but before that, one last Kanye thing to end the show on. So he was saying that he was Jesus, and he tweeted out that he was God, and he says that he's hardcore Christian or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And we're all sinners, we do our best to repent and get back online, but we're all sinners. We're imperfect. We're fallen from the Garden of Eden.
Sure.
What do you think about him saying he's Christian and then is he saying his wife is Eve and she's naked and that's her.
I think
it's something to look at that's not sexual. It's something to look at as art and beautiful.
I think he's in the midst of a manic episode, possibly psychosis. Because I mean, that's all the shit that I was like thinking when I was going through that. It's like you start having these like
not you parading your extremely hot girlfriend around naked.
Yeah, no, just like not only delusions, but you start believing.
It's just it was a mop that you stole from the cellar.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like not only do you have like delusions, like you start cooking up all these like weird conspiracies and stuff. You start having like these like messianic beliefs about yourself, where you start thinking like I'm connected to God in a much more in a stronger way than everyone else. Yep. And then that eventually that just turns into I am God.
Yeah.
I'm the risen Christ.
Yeah.
So that's where I look at Kanye, like all the shit he's been saying the last couple of days. And I'm sure there's a part like you can attribute a part of that to just like he's like that's his personality now or whatever. But then there's also a lot of it that reads to me as like somebody needs to get him into like a facility.
Yeah. So here's the thing, from an evolutionary standpoint, and this is not going where you think it's going. You have power on the whole globe now. So you used to just be in these small towns and these small tribes, and like you'd go to a major city, but even then, like you weren't seen by everybody. He feels like he's on top of the actual world.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So that's got to be a really difficult place to stay humble from. Because now
even at this point,
I'm not making like excuses. I'm just saying like we're all fallible.
Typically, like the folly of people like him, people who get really successful and wealthy, is like they stop hearing anyone say the word no. Yeah. So they lose themselves eventually. And that can just turn into like, the quality of their like creative output starts to diminish. Kanye's at a point.
He's killing it with the tweets lately.
Well, Kanye's at a point where he is extremely wealthy and successful and powerful, but he like everything he's been doing lately, he's at a point where a lot of people in his circle are screaming the word no at him. Like even he's gone over the
okay.
Even he's gone over the edge to the point where the people who would be yes men are even saying, Kanye, you have to stop.
Yeah.
Please stop, man.
Yeah, they say like, it was rich men, beautiful women, powerful men, rich people and beautiful women never hear the word no. Something like that. Yeah. I can see that. I don't know. It seems strange to me that he would go so hard Christian and all that stuff and then be parading his wife around without modesty. Unless he's going like full, but you're just saying he's not lucid right now. He's just, when I got my delusion was more like, I never went, I was more like two-faced. We talked about this. My delusion was more, I can't make a decision because I got nothing to ground it in, and everything, I don't know. I have no evidence. Things just go right or they go wrong, and I don't know why. So I was just like flipping coins and stuff and being superstitious to make decisions. But I was never delusional, like I thought that I was God or God was talking to me or was doing math or any of that stuff. I was never making up fantasies like the Joker of women that were attracted to me. I was pretty lucid of the fact that they didn't want anything to do with me because I was a crazy lunatic that was making them feel uncomfortable. Like I was aware of that stuff that was going on.
Yeah.
So I'm having a hard time empathizing with how disconnected he is right now. And he could still be, because he's still got to be balancing a large portion of his money in his life and, taking flights and stuff.
I don't know to what extent, like, there's probably a lot of it that's performative, where he is like, I don't know what he's doing. Panatron says he's like grifting the white isolationists, or do you mean supremacists? I don't know, but he's like saying a lot of like really provocative, controversial things. It seems like there's part of that is like deliberate.
Yeah.
Like I don't know to what end. I don't know, but then also he's also like, so I don't know. He is inconsistent. Like he's talking about God and Jesus and wanting to repent and all that, but then a couple of years later he's back to doing what he's doing now.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Am I being?
I think at the heart of it,
not consistent. He's obviously not a Christian.
I think at the heart of it is like mental illness. I think and that's not to make any excuse for like any shitty behavior he exhibits. I'm just saying like it does look like he's like, because he'll quiet down for a while, right?
Yeah.
Where he's not like publicly saying much. You'll see him here and there, and his wife's got her titties
February
out.
was a good time to come back because you can always say, "Hey, it's Black History Month, guys."
Yeah,
Don't be so hard on me. It's not Jewish History Month; it's Black History Month.
When he starts like rapidly tweeting like this and popping off and saying all this stuff, that's where I go.
Yeah,
that's where I go.
Truthful and honest and kicking ass. Yeah,
yeah. That's where I go. This is like
tell him no.
This is his personality, yes, but it's also like this also looks like a manic. This looks like psychosis. This looks like he's breaking from reality.
Or is he truly the only free person on the planet?
He might be the only sane one, dude.
Yeah. Are we all crazy? Yeah. He's the only one. Well, I mean, just to tie this together with some other stuff. So Jay Oakerson in the recent Legion of Skanks with Tim Butterly, he was saying if he believed 100% that he could do a kip up, that he could do a kip up. And they were like, you're delusional. And he's like, well, I don't believe that I can, but I do believe if I 100% believe that I could, kind of like a Neo Matrix type thing. A kip up where you're on your back and like you lay down and then you go like this and you go up to your feet.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's like, Jay, you're crazy. He's like, you can't do a kip up. He's like, oh, I know I can't because I don't believe that I can. But if I could get myself to 100% believe, he's like, what happens is you're back there and you go like that. You have a moment of doubt. And he's like, so people that like can do backflips and then they get super fat and they can still do backflips, it's because they believe they can do it.
Right.
And so like,
there is some truth to that.
Yeah, it's a confidence thing, but it's also a skill set or whatever. So part of it, it's kind of like the Matrix, where you're starting to believe.
I had like a similar thought where I was even like trying it out on stage at one point, like a bit that I was doing about like how every guy has like the shared thing where you've thought about sucking your own dick. And so, like a lot of guys have even tried it, and I remember even saying like the reason like most guys can't suck their own dick is because they
have 5-inch dicks.
Well, but I also said like you might give it a go. Yeah. You look down and then you go, I feel fucking ridiculous, and then you just never do it again. But I remember
down there and you realize, wait, I'm trying to suck a dick.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if you had the thought and then tried it, you might have done a quick like bend over and then couldn't reach it, and then you go, I feel stupid right now.
Yeah,
and then you just give up and never do it again. But I remember I did make the point where I was like, but if you really believed that, like if you really wanted it and believed in yourself and worked toward it, I feel like it probably wouldn't be that hard to achieve. You could probably be sucking your own dick inside of 3 months.
Yeah, I can see that, but my whole thing is, why would you want to?
Well, that's the thing is there's a lot of factors. There's a lot that goes, like every guy's had the thought.
Dude, a lot of guys. Getting that thing would cure me of getting there.
A lot of guys have even like tried throwing their legs back over their head and then been like, "This is stupid," and why would I even want to do this? And you never do it again. But
they have so much stuff. You can just go on the internet and buy like a doll head or whatever now that's got like lubricated lips on it.
Right. Sure. I'm just making
I get what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Similar thought experiment.
Yes, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to be Shangulas. I'm not going to be noble. Yes, and I definitely think you could, Dalton.
Yeah, it's just a similar thought experiment where it's like what's really holding you back is that you don't believe in yourself or you don't want it enough.
Yeah, and I do believe that because like if you really wanted it that bad, you would start stretching. And you would start like looking up stuff online and how to do it. And you would put the time and the effort in. And eventually you would get to a point where you could, like I did yoga and, a quick 6 months of doing some Bikram hot yoga. I did have my hands flat behind my feet with my head almost on my knees. And when I first started, I was basically at a 45-degree angle, and I had my head like down at my knees. So that's pretty much a few steps between getting there to getting your penis in your mouth.
Sure. And that's, you know, that's with everything. Is like if you want to become, like, if you think about like becoming a millionaire, nobody that's a millionaire became a millionaire because they thought that they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, no one who's a millionaire like got there by not believing in themselves.
Yeah.
Or that they
like. Oh yeah, it's that self-doubt. This is where I think spirituality. I have a trouble with spirituality sometimes, and like faith, I guess. Right. I don't know if I believe that everything's worked out, but like we've talked about this, and it's a biological thing of like your genes not replicating. But like when you're out of practice talking to women, women are scary. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you go out in public,
girls is scary,
and you see a woman that's not scary, like I could kick her ass. There's nothing that she could do. Like I could walk over, and no matter what happens, I could kick her ass. I could put her in a noogie. I could go like this, and yet you go to walk up to her, and you're scared for no reason. And most of the time, if you actually just go up and talk to it, it goes very smoothly. Like the same woman that you would be scared to walk up to on the street to flirt with or in the grocery store, if she's the cashier and you have no choice but to deal with her to like check your food out, most of the time you get into a great conversation and it goes smoothly and fine because you're there under the guise
I go up to a girl
checkout.
and it's going well, and then I go, why are you holding your keys between your knuckles like that?
Yeah, turns into that John Mulaney bit where he's talking about how he's walking behind the woman to go to the train. Yeah. And she starts walking faster. So she's like, oh, she must hear the train moving. So I start walking faster. So she starts walking faster. So I'm like, wow, the train really must be coming. And then I realized we're both adults, and adults rape each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I try to keep that in mind, but it's been my experience that women are unaware and put themselves in dangerous situations. Guys will put themselves in dangerous situations for
here we go, victim blaming
for vagina, but women will put themselves in just as dangerous situations to get some penis. I mean, I'm a nice, kind guy, but I've had very like petite women like that I've met like in Vegas and different parts of my life that should not have trusted me. You know what I mean? Obviously nothing happened, but it's like I'm a foot and a half taller than you, and I look like this. You should be standoffish. I'm actually nervous that you're so comfortable around me so quickly.
I have like been talking. I've had like been talking to women before and like heard stories about like something they did sexually, or even, you know, maybe they even got assaulted, whether it was consensual or not. Where like what they relayed to me, I was like, you possess no situational awareness.
Yeah.
Like by putting yourself in, like what you just told me was very alarming.
I should be an acquired taste. That's how I look at it. So if I meet you and I'm not an acquired taste, you're really comfortable going to a second location with me immediately, you have issues.
Yeah.
I know what I look like and who I am. I know who I am. So if you knew me, then you would feel very comfortable and protected going to a second location. But just walking upon me, your spidey sense would be saying, I need a second to soak this in and get to know this
even
guy.
just like, which is like kind of common, just, you know, hookups. You know, I don't know, you know, that's definitely like talked about a lot, and it seems like a lot of people are doing it. I don't know how much actually just like casual hookups are happening.
Yeah.
But like I've, you know, definitely met women who have stories where they met a guy and then like that same night had sex with him.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you think about that for even a second, you go, that's crazy.
So that
which is like, it's common, it happens, but like to really think about that kind of situation, like all the ways that could go sideways, it's like, yo, that is nuts.
Let me say, you shouldn't fornicate, but you're gonna fornicate. You're gonna sin, and you're gonna have to repent for that. and hopefully you repent properly so that you can get married in enough time to find a good wife. But in the 90s, I mean, we were all, you guys would just be calling it a tape rate. We were all just going out, getting drunk, and then meeting somebody that night and having sex with them. Right. I never had a one night stand, but that's only because you would run into a girl a couple times when you're out drinking at these different clubs and bars that you went out to, which is like chat rooms or like, you know, social media. We were actual real life social media. And then you would run into them one night and you would go back and you would have sex. For a lot of times for me, that would then end up being, I guess, a situationship, but we would continue to be in a relationship for months after that. But you know, everybody was drunk. I was drunk. They were drunk. Yeah. Everybody was drunk back then. Now, if two people are drunk, the guy is drunk, but he knows what he's doing, and the woman's drunk and she doesn't know what she's doing, and you're sexually assaulting. But like,
I mean, that's like a very internet thing. That's not
how it happens in real life. People like to have a drink or I'm 5'4".
I think for the most part, everyone's pretty reasonable, and there's an implicit understanding that, like, you know, two people get drunk and have sex, that's just what happens. Like, I think that thing you see online where those are very like loud voices, but that's like, I feel like most people are, you know, willing to admit, like, yeah, I went out, I was drunk, and like even women are like, yeah, I was looking to have sex with a guy.
Yeah. Well, you guys are kind of fucked nowadays, and it's tough now. I'm in the dating scene with you guys too, but you guys are kind of fucked because with the internet, women are delusional like Kanye. Just about every woman's like Kanye on the internet. Like they're getting a ton of attention, more attention than they ever would have gotten. And then it gives them mental disorders where they think they're a god when they're just a 5 or a 6.
Sure. I mean,
and you're just like,
hey, I would not say that about Quinfinite, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, no, I hear you with Quinfinite. Like I find that type of woman, the dark curly hair and all that stuff. In fact, I don't like the new block system. I had to block her because I can't control my biological stuff that was God given to me. But when you mention, like when you or somebody else comments, it still shows up and I can see her picture, what you're commenting on.
I whipped out the credit card.
Even though I'm blocked. So I still have to see her, and then my mind still kicks in, and my monkey brain goes, gets all excited.
Yeah.
But you guys would have, I think a lot of you guys that are struggling right now, that are down on yourselves and feel like you're unattractive or you can't get women or whatever, under the circumstances of what I was going through when I was younger, when we were out and you're at parties and you were meeting people and you're in clubs and you're playing pool together and like your personalities start to shine and you're having conversations, having fun, you guys would be in a lot better situation. You'd be meeting women, you'd be like dating more and stuff. The internet has everything very warped. So I wouldn't, if you're feeling like that, I wouldn't hold it against yourself. It's become very lopsided where people are delusional of their perception of what an average and an above average person is nowadays. And like, you guys have really got a short end of the stick, the way that it's just a matriarchy dating society right now. And it's got to come back down to a little bit more even playing field for everybody.
Put these hoes in their place.
Yeah. And it's tough because I know everybody wants to pretend like they want to be, you know, running around and sleeping with all these women. But at the end of the day, most dudes, and I think most dudes that are here in this chat, would be happy with just a halfway decent girlfriend that was sweet, that you guys could hang out with, watch podcasts, and go do activities.
Cooks me grits in the morning.
Yeah. It's all a guy wants is just a happy little mid to come home to.
Yeah.
I think it's funny because I'm 50 and I'm on thing, and like people will call me out when I say like mid or cringe or skibbity toilet or whatever. And then instead of being like, yeah, I shouldn't say that I'm 50, just doubling down and being like, dude, get out of here. You're unlit skibbity toilet, Ohio.
Like, yeah. Yo, skibbity toilet is good. I watched some of it and I was like, this is, when I was a kid, we had our version of it, whatever it may be, like whatever cartoon or internet shit was on, like Homestar Runner or whatever.
I liked Homestar Runner.
Yeah, it was like I was watching.
I love that video game, the Peasants on Fire game. That was
the Trogdor.
Trogdor.
Yeah,
I grew up on the King's Quest game, so that was fun to play Trogdor.
Yeah, so like when I was a kid, we had Homestar Runner. That was one of the things. And like I was watching like Skibbity Toilet shit a while back, and I was like, yeah, I get why kids like this. This is like conceptually entertaining. It's like wildly stupid, which is fun, but it's also like it has this like surrealist style. It's like very like, I don't know, lights up whatever parts of the brain where
I don't find it funny, but I get it from their point of view. I watched a little bit when it came out, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, to me,
overanalyzed it.
I didn't think it was funny. I just thought it was like conceptually fascinating.
I thought the joke for them is, imagine trying to create a piece of art that has zero meaning to it, which is very difficult.
Very Dada.
Yeah. So I don't know what that means.
Oh, that was like a French art movement where it's just like a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. But like, so like when they take modern art and they like tape a banana to a wall, that's different because they're trying to be like provocative and dumb and come up with these stupid shit or whatever. But like Skibbity Toilet, they're like, stop reading into anything and just sit in the moment and just try to enjoy this type thing.
That's Dadaism.
And I can appreciate that. It's not my style because I'm like an overthinker and analyzer and head noticer on Twitter. But besides that, like I could see where they're coming from, where a lot of people, even like millennials, will look at them and say they're being dumb. I don't get it. Stupid. The lack of empathy or the lack of even trying to understand different genders and what's going on with people seems like, even with the genders, everybody's an individual. So I'm talking about like one-on-one with the woman. On the overall women, and I think most good women will admit, women are out of control right now. But that doesn't mean that there's not good individual women. But as a whole, women need to pull it back a little bit right now.
You just reminded me of I guess just like all the nonsense entertainment that's existed, and the shit that I've always enjoyed. I remember like 10 years ago. Damn, yeah, it's been 10 years. Did you ever see Too Many Cooks?
It doesn't sound familiar to me.
Oh man, you gotta watch. It was back in the day. This was 10 years ago.
Is it a cartoon or is it
no?
It's a TV show.
Back in the day, Adult Swim had this programming block. That
I didn't do Adult Swim. I was doing Futurama and like religiously at that point when Adult Swim was going heavy.
Okay, yeah,
like Aqua Teen Hunger Force years.
Well, I mean, Aqua Teen's always been on, but this was about 10 years ago, so this was well into Adult Swim was an institution by this point. But they had this programming block that was like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So it was like they were doing this thing called infomercials, Adult Swim infomercials. That was they were making things that were like by design to be watched like when you're waking up on your couch at 4 a.m. Like you passed out and then you just wake up and come to whatever's on.
Yeah.
And so
those are the days, dude. I feel bad for kids that never did that. There is something to be said about like listening to the radio or putting the TV on and that being held to whatever they're going to show you.
Yeah.
Like you don't have a choice. Like now we have so many choices. I don't even know what to watch.
It's actually people actually were not meant to have choice. Like the burden of choice is the, now where people go, oh yeah, I got all these streaming services and I just scroll for an hour and decide to watch nothing.
Yeah.
Whereas like, if you just had like if it was on like whatever programming they were deciding, you just watch whatever they pick for you. which some streaming services are starting to implement, like a shuffle feature, they call it, where you just like whatever's on is on.
Yeah. And we also get this right here, us being consistent on Saturdays for the people that show up to the live stream. You miss it. You can watch it tomorrow. You can watch it as soon as it's over. You can come later, whatever, or you can watch it live, and then it gets a more excitement because, I don't want to miss it. I want to be there in time. I want to see the live chat. I want to have fun. I want to interact. Yeah.
But so back at 10 years ago, they were doing the Adult Swim infomercials, which was just like, if you pass out and wake up at 4 a.m., you would see something and you wouldn't even be sure it was real what you watched. You'd be like, "What?"
I'm picturing like Tim and Eric, which is it like
in the same sort of
like wacky,
spirit.
like green screen isn't working completely on their skits and everything.
The one that went like really viral, where it was like it aired and then it was like a thing online, was this one they did called Too Many Cooks.
Okay.
Where it's like, it looks like you're about to watch a sitcom. It's like the intro to a sitcom. And so it's like, Too Many Cooks is the song.
We could probably bring it up.
I don't want, because here's the thing. It's like 12 minutes long.
Okay. Right.
And I was, it's 10 years old. This one, I'll spoil the joke for you. But the joke is that the song finishes where you think
spoiler alert, everybody.
You think the song, like the intro's finished and you're about to watch whatever the show is, and then it goes back into the song.
Okay.
And it just keeps, showing you the credits.
Yeah.
Like more and more people are coming in and there's more credits coming on screen.
Oh, like when the beginning of a show is like, and as the father.
Yeah. So like the freeze frames.
Yeah.
Where somebody turns and it's like, this guy's name. Yeah. And then, and it goes, and then they like drag that out. It goes on like, for 10 minutes. And where it goes from there, they play it out and it gets into like really just psychotic territory.
Yeah.
Like, they play this joke out to like the furthest extent it could possibly go. But the whole time, the running joke is it's like repeating this intro to this show. And I remember like when it came out, I remember it was a funny thing to do. To, like if you knew somebody who hadn't seen it, to be like, I got to show you this really funny video online, and just play it for them and wait to see when they realize that this is it. That it's just this intro repeating itself over and over again.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good bit.
Yeah, and I remember I showed it to my dad at the time, and like 5 or 6 minutes into it, he was so fucking mad. He looked at me and he goes, "Son, what is the point of this?" And I was like, "There is no point. It's just funny."
My father used to tell 16 pink ping pong balls joke, and it's basically that same premise there. It's like a road trip joke where you just tell this long joke where you keep coming up with scenarios where there's these 16 ping pong balls and like you're riveted by listening to it. And you can do anything. And it's like, so then they go into the store and they bought, and then the end of it. So he sits the daughter down and she's like, "But Dad, I need to know about the 16 ping pong balls." And then the father dies. So basically you waste as much time of the person's life telling the story for them to be waiting to hear what the damn 16 ping pong balls about, and then you make the guy die that was going to tell you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
so my dad used to do it to people, and when he did it to you for the first time, it'd be like 15 minutes of your life wasted. But he used to do it on road trips to new people, and then it was fun to watch him destroy 45 minutes of somebody's life with a joke.
That's called a shaggy dog joke. That was Norm Macdonald's whole thing. That was what he was like brilliant at. And there was that episode of Conan where he does one of those, and it's so fucking stupid that like the audience loves it.
The 10-minute moth one was pretty good.
That one's really good. And there was another time he did it, and it was so dumb that like Conan and Andy obviously had to like they thought it was funny, but they were also just like, "Come on, man." And Andy had the best description. He's like, "It's like you said to somebody, 'Hey, I got to show you something,' and then you took us on a 2-mile hike to show us a dog turd."
Yeah, well, so what would happen though And so Norm talked about this with Adam Egget on the podcast, and he said, or maybe it was Larry King, he would sit down and he would tell some jokes, and then he thought he was done. They were going to bring somebody else out, and he's like, "We're going to bring you back after commercial. Do you have anything?" And so now he's like, "Well, I have a 2-minute joke, but I have 10 minutes, of time." So those became him just stretching out because he didn't want to burn material on the show. So that was them like putting him on for 2 segments instead of 1. During the pandemic, I was listening to Come Down, and I had bought a bike, and I was just riding all around the woods trying to keep busy. So I had my headset and I'd listen to Come Down, and they had Ian Finance on.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck it, let's listen to his podcast. So he had a podcast with Max Marcus at the time, and it was called Sex in the City.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they would listen to Sex in the City, and then they would tell you about it.
They would watch the show.
Yeah, they would watch the show, and they tell you about, well, here's the thing. You're about 20 episodes in, and they've never discussed even one Sex and the City. Like every time you tune in, they're like, Ian's just like, oh, I didn't have time to watch it yet because I'm so busy with it. And Max is like, what's going on? He's like, well, you're supposed to call me. You never got back to me. And like Max is like, I'm trying to produce this. You're not answering my emails. He's like, I'm still trying to do. So the whole show ended up, I was like, I hope they never talk about this. And the podcast just becomes those two arguing. So I thought they were doing a work, and I was like, this is like the greatest podcast ever. This is like Ricky Gervais.
No, that's just legitimately.
Like, they were legitimately 2 people with mental illness. They couldn't get their acts together, but I thought they were doing a bit.
Yeah, because I heard that somebody was telling me that like the show that Ian's doing now, which they do in his basement, that
him and Jordan.
That he's been like late a number of times to a show that's downstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that from a couple of the comedians too, where they show up and they get there and they settle in downstairs or whatever, and then he's upstairs doing God knows what until he like comes down. And Jordan's the same way. And I've heard a couple things with both of them that they're like terrible to have on the podcast, and they're late and they show up and they can't get it together or whatever. So I don't know, like you don't see everything beyond that. You know, Lewis says try to keep it sexy. So you don't see everything that goes on behind the scenes.
Sure.
But these are degenerates that are trying to hold their pieces of their life together and be funny. They're I mean, Jordan, I like Jordan's stuff. She's kind of changing as she's trying to turn into a hot chick now. And the last time I saw her do stand-up, she did like 30 minutes about putting guys' balls in her mouth, which
that's cool.
Was kind of funny, but also it's like,
feels good.
You're talking about, but she went from like, I don't know, I guess whatever, but she's talking about like her vagina and in her period and giving blowjobs. It's like, oh, you're turning into Nikki Glaser. I used to like you because you were talking about like mental illness or your dad or being a degen, and now you're kind of turning into every female comment where it's like period, relationship, sex, period, relationship, sex.
Yeah.
It
sounds like it wouldn't be anything. Like you think like, oh, my balls are not like necessarily an erogenous zone. They don't have the same as my penis. But then a woman puts your balls in her mouth and you go, this actually feels pretty nice.
So correct me if I'm wrong, because you probably know this. I've never had this, but I thought for the longest time that a Hummer was just a blowjob.
I thought it was. I always thought it was
putting your balls and your chest, guys.
I thought a Hummer was when a stripper doesn't. Yeah, I thought it was like when you go to a strip club and the stripper like can't.
I'm sorry to all the Christians here having to hear.
Yeah, like a stripper can't just give you a blowjob. So
this is when a man and a woman really love each other. When a man and a woman.
Yeah, because what I thought it was, because I went to a strip club. The one time I've been to a strip club, a Hummer was offered to me, and I said, sure. And what she did was she like over my jeans, like played my penis like a trumpet. Like she buzzed her lips as she like ran them across.
Dude, I think she saw you coming, dude.
Dude, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I was a mark, and she was like, I ain't even got to suck this dude's dick. I can do it over the jeans.
That dude that called into Danny's show recently, and I only saw the clip. He ended up paying $600 for a blowjob with a condom in Vegas, but it was like how he lost. Like he's a virgin, and he's like in his late 20s or whatever.
Yeah.
And so they were all cheering him on, but somebody was like, dude, you got so friggin', she must have just known, because you could have gone all the way for that much money with or even a couple $100 more to get with a condom blowjob with and I haven't, we won't get into it because I know this is bad territory that we don't like discussing, but I've never done that, and that would freak me out.
What, paying for sex?
Yeah, it would just and
we
sucks. All do it anyways.
If you're not that, first off, it's either a degenerate activity or it's a very like upper echelon thing. Yeah. So it's like if you're about that sort of thing, like if you're just a like sex freak degenerate, then going to some like shady apartment and giving a woman a couple $100 for sex, that's your thing. You know, you're into it. Or if you're like a yuppie, like a Patrick Bateman American Psycho type, it's like a very like almost like a point of status to be like, yeah, I'll pay you like $4,000 for sex. Yeah. But if you're not necessarily either of those two kinds of guys, and you're just like, I guess I'll like try having sex with a prostitute, and then if you actually do go through with it, it sucks. It's exactly as nerve-wracking and awful as you think it would be.
Well, the thing is, it's just really just boiling it down to the essentials. It's making it a very super transactional and transparent. Whereas when it's not like that, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just drawn out. So you're still like paying for a dinner, paying for a car, paying for a gift. So she's still getting money.
Yeah, but I mean, with a prostitute,
and then I know it's clinical, but I'm saying like
I'm sure the ones that you pay like thousands of dollars to make you feel really.
Yeah,
I bet they're very attentive. Like they're very accommodating and make you feel nice. But if you just go to pay a woman a few $100, that you really can feel the emptiness of that whole transaction. You just go, man, what a waste of money. This fucking sucks. I
used to go to these events called Liberty on the Rocks in Boston, and they would have speakers in these basically like a bar, but instead of an open mic, you would have a libertarian speaker, and then we would all mingle. And they had a sex worker woman like come there talk that was like retired, and she was married, no kids, but she had been doing sex work. And so after she got off stage, I was talking to her for a while at the bar and just like asking her even more in-depth questions. And she was a high-priced sex worker. So it's like you were saying, the guys would hire her and she would get the money way ahead of time, but then she would show up like it was a date. So they would go so they would go to the bar and whatever. It's just like you're going to a date where you know you're going to get lucky at the end, and then she would stay over and they would clean up, or she would leave if that's what she was paid for or whatever. So when it was over, beginning to end, it was smooth in and smooth out. It wasn't show up in a hotel room all nervous. Yeah, it was a full girlfriend experience, but it was like she said she would only have like one or two clients at a time, and that was because it was so high end. They would pay all her rent and all her expenses or whatever. So when by the time she was done, she didn't have hundreds of partners compared to some of her friends that had just went to college and dated, had more sexual partners than her. And so I thought that was interesting. She could have been lying, but also I was thinking about that Lily chick that did like that thing or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, everybody's like, oh, that's so gross. She slept with 100 guys. And I think I mentioned this before, but like, we're all kind of doing that right now on a longer timeline. You know what I mean? Like
some people are.
You might be number 30 in line with a woman. You know what I mean? You're pretending like, oh, I'm better than that. Is like, I can't believe those guys went there and abused her. It's like, well, they all did it in 12 hours, but over the past 30 years, she's been with 30 guys and you're number 31. So you're just 31 in the line of.
I'll take it. I'll be the Baskin Robbins
over 20 years instead of 12 hours.
Sure.
So, anyways, we're at the 4 hour.
Yeah, we probably
lead us in a prayer, and we'll end it after a sharp segment change from.
I gotta go to Betty Bye.
Yeah,
folks, we'll do a quick prayer, folks. Bow your heads, Father God. Thank you again for another blessed day on this earth. Though there may be trials and tribulations for all of us, sometimes you feel like everything's going wrong. Any day above ground is a blessing. So thank you, and thank you for bringing us together, for allowing us to have this community, this experience with each other, to feel the Holy Spirit move through us, and to join in each other's company and share in revelry and joy with one another. And it's so we just want to say thank you. It's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. And I just say, everybody here, if you do whatever you want tonight, but I would recommend before you lay down to go to bed tonight, and you close your eyes, just take 5 minutes just in your head to just make a checklist of everything you're thankful for before you go to bed.
Yeah.
And like really think about it. I can almost guarantee you'll wake up in a much, much better mood if you count all your blessings before you go to bed and give grace.
Yeah. Dude, the stream has been really active.
Yeah.
The stream has been really active while we've been talking. There seems to have been an ongoing argument about whether or not Michelle Trachtenberg is hot.
I don't know who she is.
Well, I believe she was a child when she was on Buffy, but I did see her in a movie that came out years later where she was an adult, where I thought she was still hot. And then there was some comparison between her and Whitney Cummings. I think even now I would take Trachtenberg over Cummings. So, folks, to conclude the show, I would like to have sex with Michelle Trachtenberg.
I will pick. What's the iCarly girl?
Miranda Cosgrove.
Yeah, I didn't watch that, whatever, but I saw her on Whitney. She is one hot piece of ass.
Yeah. Miranda's hot.
Yeah.
So there you have it, folks. Michelle Trachtenberg is hot. Miranda Cosgrove is hot. And, count your blessings.
She seems sweet, too.
Have some gratitude, be grateful. So give thanks to the Lord our God, the Most High. And just enjoy it. Enjoy this life. Because as far as we know, it's the only one we get,
Yeah.
And subscribe to Apple TV Plus.
Good night to all my nillies out there.
Yes. Yeah, check out Severance on Apple TV Plus and subscribe to the Patreon. I don't work for Apple or Ben Stiller, but I really like Severance, and I'd like more people to talk about it with. Irving was quite the revelation on this most recent episode. This John Turturro's character. And then the patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt, patreon.com/the Crowder Boys. Everything we're doing here at the network, and help me find a new electronic girlfriend.
And go watch Pandatron's Crowder Boy song that him and Kedwood made.
Yes.
Yep.
That's it, everybody. Thank you, and blessings be upon you. And I love you. Please be safe.
Peace out.